they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. My name is Amrita Sharma, and I'm the host of today's episode. Today's episode is on self-care and self-love. And before we dive into it, let's start with a little self-care that we do to ourselves by praying to the Almighty, to the God, and to the One with whose blessings we all are here. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Smile. A beautiful tingling smile that sometimes can come notoriously, that sometimes can build cheers, that sometimes can come for others, that sometimes is on for yourself. Smiling for yourself is one of the very important things that I have learned from life as a part of self-care. The self-love, which is a liking for oneself, of who you are, how you are, what you are. You're the most beautiful one. You're the most fascinating one. And you're the most fabulous person on the earth. As a professional, I see so many people thinking about themselves. There's a big race of getting an applause. And there's a big race in which we all are thinking about what people think about myself. But what I think about myself is a part of today's basic theme of this episode, self-care and self-love. I have a lot to say and a lot to deliver and also a lot to share, but let's hear from what all our experts have to say. And I'm very much delighted also to share these thoughts with our founder and director of Healing Our Earth, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good afternoon to you.
A global namaste to you, Dr. Amrita, and a very good evening to you there in India. It's so beautiful. What a topic we have got. Self-care, self-love. Do you think that is very important in the current times and the turbulence that almost every country is facing?
Yeah, exactly. Especially in today's time where people are suffering from mental health disorders, acknowledgement for oneself and to know about oneself where they are lost in the world of so many, and especially after the social media. These episodes of understanding oneself that builds up the resilience and lots of things that we'll be talking with our experts today. And we'll be sharing with everybody, Neil Kumar, is about
what are the tips for self-care? What is self-care? And moreover, what is self-love? We tell
And just,
everybody, I love you. And
and
we
just
say so
before
many times, love you.
and just before we travel Wales and Israel, where we'll have a multi-chat with all of our resident contributors, do you think it's selfish to self-love?
No, it's not at all selfish. The word self doesn't mean selfish, I think. The word self means you, your own self, is acknowledging who you are as an entity that we most of the time forget. And that's why to with the meaning of self-love doesn't mean that you hold and you become egoistic about who you are in your presence, but it means to empower yourself and make yourself so beautiful that the radiance of that gives an automatically bliss to everybody. And for that, you don't have to pretend. For that, you don't have to show. For that, you don't have to build something. It automatically comes with a quality of understanding. And beautifully talking about it, the self love doesn't come by the books. It doesn't come by an acquired degrees, or it doesn't come by the status you are. It comes by wisdom.
So I
And
think
therefore, poor person on the road can also understand the value of self-love, which maybe somebody rich might not. And that's my perspective. We'll be chit-chatting on that. And I'm very excited to have our beautiful guests with us today to share on this topic and talk about all these exciting things.
let's go to them and ask them that self-love is not selfish, because if you can't love yourself and if you can't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? So in Wales, in United Kingdom, we got Dr. Ghazala Jabin, who loves life and is also a women mentor coach and one of the leads for women empowerment. And in Israel, we've got Heather Dietley, our resident contributor too. And she, again, she mentors a lot of, not just women, but general coaching as well. So, Amrita, let's go and chit chat with them and welcome them once again. And I leave you ladies to self love, self care.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste to both of you. A very warm welcome to
Global Namaste.
both of you from different parts of the world. And it's a very beautiful topic. And I also know that you both are completely versatile and apt enough to discuss about it. And so I would like to ask you, what do you think about self-love? And the same question which Neil Kumar asked me, that do you think it is being selfish or it is really a very beautiful thing to have in life? Over to you, Dr. Ghazala, and then we'll have some view from Heather.
Thank you, and global namaste to you as well, Dr. Amrita, and everybody that's on the call today. What a beautiful subject we have. I think it's so important that we're talking about this in a world of overwhelm, in a world of so much chaos, in a world of doing so much, juggling so much. We really do forget ourselves. I've done it myself many times of trying to please them, do that, do this. And some of our cultural background has a lot of responsibility for that, because we're always, we grow up to be told, look after them, be this, do that for them, do the other. And whilst we are in servant-driven leadership too, as well as our role at home, we sometimes in the sort of mess of it all sometimes, or the madness of it, or the fog of it all, we do get lost in our own personal space. And so I'm going to share with you a few different things that I do, and I hope our viewers around the world will be able to maybe look at it from a different angle, because we all have different angles, don't we, that we actually play our part. So the first thing is selfishness or not. I think sometimes there has been an element of guilt for doing something for yourself. And that is probably inbuilt from our childhood space. And we sometimes forget that programming in our childhood remains in our adulthood. And it's sometimes we have to work out of it. So, do this, that, and the other. But why? And for example, I remember my mom one day, as a kid, I was all dressed up, and just because I had a new outfit and I wanted to put it on and did my hair and everything, and my mum said, "Why are you all dressed up? Where are you going? You've got things to do. Put the normal clothes on." And kind of at that point put me down for looking after myself. All right. So sometimes there's those things that we work with. But no, she doesn't say that now. She's like, "Why are you wearing those dull clothes? Go put something nice on. Make yourself look lovely." So parents are also learning, people are learning, and we're all trying to be in a space of being mindful. And Dr. Amrita, you know about that through meditation, about being mindful. And I always love how you bring our hosts on and our contributors, and always give them a spotlight of a wonder, the wonder on the spotlight, because you do, and you do it beautifully. So I want to share a few more things, but I just wanted to do that intro first and pass it back to you for a bit, and then I'll share some of my tips.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, Heather, what are your views on self-care, self-love?
I think it's about finding a space for generosity more than anything else. I think self-love is generosity towards self, and in so doing, you're able to offer generosity to others. I think that's the practice, is how much space can we create internally for ourselves that allows it to, the cup runneth over, to use the trite cliche. So I think it's about creating space for generosity more than anything else. And through that channel of generosity, we're able to radiate. We invite ourselves to radiate and to shine. And in so doing, it's an invitation for others to show up in their fullness and their radiance as well. And I think you brought up a really great point about the self abandonment tendency in our culture. We've all been conditioned through disconnection from very early ages. I work in the birth world, so I would argue from as early as even preconception and birth that there is a disconnection that drives so much of our modern day society. And if you are able to maintain that connection to self, it's an invitation to others to do the same. And there's a natural radiance that comes from that invitation.
That's a
Those are
very
my
beautiful
initial
point.
thoughts.
Yeah, that's a very beautiful point, because it just correlates with so many cultures where a mother's conception is related with her thoughts, and her thoughts along with an individual. So many cultures talk about how motherhood should be, and in that part. So when we talk about self-care and self-love, as you both mentioned, there was a key connection of the mothers in connection to the thoughts of self-care in both of your thoughts. That's very, very very sweet. And in that way, I think it's nice to even think about that these kind of core connections are building up, not in today's time just with your own identity, but by the recognition of what parents give us and how we are built up and all that. Let's hear from our founder and director what he has to say, and we chit chat again. Over to you,
Amrita, when it
Neil
comes
Kumar.
to self-love, I'm thinking of all the mothers in the world, including for human beings, animals. Isn't it amazing that they protect their offsprings? They may be hungry, but they will feed them first. They may be tired, but they will tend to them first. They may be lacking anything, but first priority goes to their offsprings. I think that quality makes them so special. So, would it be fair to say that the male species needs to learn something from female species about self-love, self-care, or are we too generalizing that?
Yes, Dr. Ghazal, your view.
I was smiling with that one. There's a reason for that. You're absolutely right. Whilst women, we feel the pampering, looking great, and all the rest of it is part of the self-love. I mean, there's a lot of elements. But as far as I talk about my son, my middle boy especially, and I talk about self-love. When he's doing his hair, every strand of the hair has to be in order. His self-love is so much to the point that I said to him, I said, you're grooming yourself better than I do with my hair. And I go and present on stage and in front of TV cameras and look at you, every strand has to be in order. And I said, Charlie, that's some serious bit of tender care to your hair. And he said, yeah, Mum, but you know, you got to look good, because when you look good, you do good. And he said, and also you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. So therefore, I have to do this for me. And I went, yeah, absolutely right, son. And so now when his hair is out of place, I said, Charlie, check out your hair. There's a little strand out of place. You haven't checked. So I think generally there is a lot more of personal care that I see in men when I look at products on shelves and products for men, and I'm thinking, wow, they got more than us girls. I mean, we can't even decide on lipsticks. These guys have got this shaving cream, this cream for their face, this one for their gel, and all that nose trimming and hair trimming and everything. It's, yeah, men are starting to do so, but not like in the old days. And I think more men should, because when they're good in themselves, they will support their woman as well, whether it's their mother, whether it's their sister, whether it's whatever, because they themselves are in order to, as Charlie said, you know, you've got to look good, do good, and they do good. So yeah, men is a good. That's what's made me tickle straight away there, Amrita, because that's how I see one of the men. And Martin was the same. My late husband, his hair was in order, and I think, I don't know whether it's genetically keeping it oneself in check, but really clean. I think when I go around certain places and meet people or shake hands or network or be in crowds, there's nothing worse than when a man or a woman smells of BO. And I'm thinking, where is self-care, self-hygiene, self-respect of being in that place? And I think talking about this subject, in even our recent events, we had men that were working with us, but I'm thinking, don't they know how to use a deodorant or wash them, underarms? Because the BO was awful and it doesn't get talked about. So I'm happy to talk about that. And I found that more in men than women. So back to you with that one.
Thank you. Heather, what's your view on that?
I'll take it a slightly different direction. I think, Dr. Kumar, it's a really important question because we've, been under the realm, the reign of patriarchy for 10,000 years, which has had harmful implications for both genders. And it has robbed men especially of softness and interoception and connection to their internal world. And that is, as I see it, and many have researched this and know it far better than I, but I think that's at the root of so much of the violence that we see, especially now. So my wish would be, my expression of self-care for both men and for women is to be able to have a space, to have communities, because I think self-care is about community as much as it is about individual work and respect in your self presentation, etc. I think it's also about how you show up in community. How do you support your community? How do you feel held by your community to interocept and feel these deeper and darker feelings, which specific, especially for men, for our boys. I have a 4-year-old son, and I'm starting to see how much his internal world is governed by external expectations, which are so harsh. And I want him to have a literacy around anger and sadness and grief and frustration. So I think self-care, self-love is about developing cohesion and a literacy around the deeper, darker emotions, all this wide spectrum that we all inhabit as humans. Gender aside, although there are variations in terms of how we regulate our nervous systems, this is a given. The physiology is different, but at the core of who we are as humans, being able to cultivate coherence, I think is paramount to building these new structures to support paradigms that are far more evolved and cohesive that we're really deserving of.
Yeah, wonderful thoughts. Building up cohesion, very important. This, and irrespective of the gender, I think the idea of being a soul and being gifted as a human being is a very beautiful thought. And as you see, again, both the examples have come from the boys we have, I think we three of us have children. I also have my sons, and I see that as well. And yeah, so these kind of things in general, I also perceive that it's beyond the gender and the kind of things in terms of the self care and self-respect. I really find it very fascinating because Dr. Ghazala, you have been pointing out the external aspects of self-care, and Heather, you have been pointing about the internal aspects of self-care, which both of them together are very important to build. And that cohesion which you're talking about, or the intricate connection of interoception with oneself, is the gateway that will help people to build up the external stuff. I see so many people who are depressed, who don't feel like doing a lot of stuff because of their internal cohesion and connections aren't there, and it's lost somewhere. And it can be due to destructive environments where they are, or it can be due to bad parenting. It can be due to a lot of other factors which people, and especially children, whether they are girls or boys, they face. And understanding of that, building up with good parenting, as you both also are, and we see so many parents as well, that helps to build up the part of the internal self-care and understanding about self-love, which I think is a gateway of interoception to know about oneself. And through that, it helps to build up the process of self-care on a way to understand oneself better, I think. I think the three ladies have put off their views in different ways. Neil Kumar, what's your take?
Women empowerment. You can't beat women empowerment. I want to ask one simple question to each three of you. What in the current times, okay, not what you have done in past or last year, let's talk about this year, the complete socioeconomic geopolitics of the whole world has changed. What self-care or self-love tips would you give to the consumers listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, website, etc., that could help them in the current times? And let's spend about 90 seconds on each one of you. So, Ghazala, you go first. Your current practice of self-care and self-love. And then we'll go to Heather and then to Amrita. Over to you, Ghazala.
Thank you very much. Beautiful question there, and very apt for right now, because one of the key things is when there is a lot of information coming into our headspace, I think that the one most important thing that people need to do is blank some time out. That we need to switch away from the environment, switch away from a digital space, online space, anything that is actually hooking them into space that's got a lot of head, banging ideas, thoughts, and worries. Switch completely off, where one, you can listen to the kind of music that you like, because you are allowing your brainwave activity to calm everything down. And also change the environment, the scenery, because if you're inside, go outside. If you're outside, go inside. If you're with people, be alone. Whatever you're doing, change it, shift it, switch it, because that's one part of physical movement that you need to do. And movement energy is great when you need to actually get yourself in good check for self-love, because you're actually creating some boundaries to say, I don't need all this right now. I need peace. I need calm. I need to do, whether it's a pray, whether it's meditation, whether it's quietness, sitting alone, whether it's having a cup of tea. And one of the things I do, and some people may do this or not, but I put my favorite perfume on. If it's men, put their favorite aftershave on, but a scent, because we're awakening senses and smells that actually allow the body to be in a space where, that smells nice. And you just have that feeling. Oh, it's nice. It's nice. It's just a beautiful feeling that you've got that and you're given that. And quietness, because stillness heals, and stillness is important for us. So I think that's my 90-second of what we can do, even in ourself. Simple stuff sometimes is so important, because complex stuff confuses the brain. We stop when we have to think. But if we simplify it, we do. And that's what we need to do. Back to you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Heather, what's your point of view?
So yes, 150% to everything Dr. Ghazala said, and I would just add very simply, specifically nature, getting into the fractals of nature, looking up at the trees, watching the breeze. These are all things that elicit a parasympathetic response that helps the system to slow down. So nature, for me, first and foremost, has been paramount. Secondly, I would offer just presence, just taking a moment like right now and looking in the little rectangles that are before you and just take a moment to be with the details of these faces and these sounds from all over the world that we're experiencing. So presence has power, and presence requires and asks us, it doesn't require, it asks us and invites us to slow down. And I think slowing down is the best remedy to all of the madness in this world.
Absolutely. In the times
Simple.
of the sympathetic word, I agree. So I totally agree with you, Dr. Ghazala, and I totally agree with you, Heather, because in today's time of so much happening around, I think because of the digital spacing, as you mentioned, it's very important. The other thing is why it is important, because I think the social media has overpowered our brains and we follow what the social media does. Its identity is very important of self-validation to me rather than what I validate to me myself. And that's why everything comes from that way. And so these two tips of what you like personally is utmost important that you mentioned, Dr. Ghazala. And secondly, Heather, what you told about yourself, that it is very important to understand that the presence is the most powerful time. And that presence and that stagnation for some time, slowing down, will come only when we realize that that space which is there. I most of the time tell a lot of my students that punctuations are very important in life. Because where to give a full stop is very important, where to give a comma is very important, and where to give get set go is also very important. So in relationships with yourself, with somebody else, with the life, it's very important, the punctuation marks that builds up the space for self-care. And my best tip for self-care would be that it is very important to look into the mirror and look into your eyes every day and talk to yourself. Talking to yourself solves a lot of problems. Talking to yourself answers a lot of things. And talking to yourself also gives you a space to be silent and to bow down to the purity which is within you. And that's what you are. I think
Absolutely.
Neil
Absolutely.
Kumar, we have given some of the tips. What's your favorite one? You can tell us.
Well, I love that once you look at oneself in the mirror, if you look at the mirror and you start liking and loving what you see, that's when you become calm and powerful because you are not doing it for others. You're not influenced by others. You are influenced by yourself because your soul resides in you. It doesn't reside on somebody else. So I think it's very important. And I love what Heather Ghazala and you've come up with because you're bringing this coolness and calmness. I want to come to aesthetics because you three are women. And women love their makeup, their appearance, and why not? Because they actually enhance Ghazala has already said she loves perfumes. And why not? Because it's nice to be in a fragrant environment, not just for the self, but as you are walking around and the wonderful scent wafts around in the jungle crowd, it does help. So we are going to dwell into personal beauty and self-care, and shortly, in about 2-3 minutes, we'll travel back to London where we've got a man giving us tips about hair care. And he has got vast experience apart from lots of things. So we want to hear from him and see what tips we can learn. But Ghazala, how important is physical appearance to you for next 30 seconds, if you could tell me?
Absolutely. For me, it is because I am, when I start the day, I do look in the mirror and I look to see what needs sorting out. And I do make the necessary changes because I do that because I feel good. If I put my lipstick, I have different shades. I need to know which lipstick's winking at me saying this one today. I have that own regime. When I wash my face under the water, I put that on my face like in a love heart. When I put my moisturizing cream, I massage it like a big heart on my face. And I smile because then I say, that's nice. I'm loving my face. I'm looking after my face. My face takes me in a lot of places and I'm taking care of it. And then I do when I put my makeup, brush my hair. Brushing my hair, massaging my scalp with the brush is a beautiful sensation of relax. You feel great when your hair's all nice. And then I put the clothes on that actually I stand and admire myself. May think is vain, but I admire myself, thinking that's good, and I make a final check to see if any tweaks and adjustments that we have. And one of the nicest advice that I got was from my dear late mother-in-law. She was a retired nurse back in the matron days, back in the days when your uniform was in pristine order, and she used to say to me, check your handbag to your shoes, check your earrings to your necklace. Is it not overdone? Is it? And she gave me beautiful tips of a senior person that held me that when I go out like a lady, I go out like a lady because I feel good like a lady. And yeah, the day goes well. So personal appearance, tick, 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 because once again, how good you look is how good you do, and then how well people receive you. And it's a wonderful feeling to do that. Thank you.
And Gazala, you did just that yesterday because you took your mom out and both of you were dolled up, both of you had the shades on, both of you were enjoying. What a perfect. So maybe during the Mother's Day, we want to know more about the mother's view because you did exactly that. Both of you were dolled up. It was so wonderful to see that. Heather, you love as well. I mean, you obviously coach people, physical and personal appearance. You agree it gives morale boosting and gives self-esteem?
Definitely. Again, I come back to the cohesion. I think it's a matter of building cohesion internally and externally. And Dr. Ghazal, I loved your vision of lipstick winking at you. I love to play with different colors of lipstick as an expression of play and creativity and just style. So I love that vision. So I think it's a matter of matching the outside to the inside and vice versa. So again, we're building cohesion on all levels and letting it be playful, letting it be really playful and fun, while also taking care externally. And as an example, today I went for a lymphatic facial, which was a massage of all the lymphatic tissue and like myofascial release in my face. And I feel fabulous after that. So it's a matter of elevating that sense of fabulousness internally and externally.
Wow, so beautiful. And yes, you got yourself treated. And someone who doesn't use makeup a lot, and one day she came on the screen with a mild lipstick, and then everybody noticed, is our Dr. Amrita Sharma. Amrita, obviously, you got beautiful screen and you do take care of yourself. And what do you think? I love the description that Ghazala gave, Heather gave, and what tips do you have?
Oh, well, first of all, I would want to confess one thing. What Neilji, actually, Neil Kumar told me when I was continuously with so much of stuff and then still hosting, and he said, you are what you are. You are really beautiful the way you are. You don't have to do anything. Come with a smile. And that's the appearance of your face. Because of my profession from being a doctor, I think I like a lot of simplicity, and I adore your thoughts, Dr. Ghazala. Sometimes I get time, then I definitely put on a lip shade and I try making up, but that's very rare. But yeah, and Heather, I agree with your stuff because I give some time to myself as well as a part of self-care tip. But the most beautiful thing that is so comfortable to come on the screen over here is that it has no boundaries. And that's the most beautiful part I like about Neil Kumar. And he just says, just come with your smile. That's more important. And I think these kind of things always give you a lot of confidence about yourself. The way you are, what you are, your own appearances, and then the way you want to groom That's also very important. And I love your thoughts, Dr. Ghazala, because I can see my mother when she gets ready in front of wearing an Indian sari and taking care of her every single pleat, and then thinking about how should it go about and wrap around her and what should be the matching stuff. And I remember making her ready most of the time when I get ready and then thinking about all these things. I think these are small aspects of self-care which we do for each one of us in the day-to-day life, and they hold a very utmost important. I always remember your thoughts to think about from your handbag to your sandals, what goes the best. This is a very beautiful thing. I would love to meet your mom. Please bring her on the Mother's Day episode. It's my request, definitely. And
Thank you.
it's
That's
really
it.
nice to.
And
Sorry.
American Mother's Day is next Sunday's episode. So, Gazara,
Yes, it's our next Sunday's episode.
yes, do bring mom on. And Amrita, you're very right. Wearing a smile on your face is also important. And that's how little babies attract adults and parents. When they want something, they are very cheeky and they bring a smile because it's a God gift to them. And they know exactly. You have never probably ever seen anybody shouting or slapping a smiling child. Never. Generally they bring so much happiness. And you also brought a smile on Sarah Mills, because as soon as you talk about smiles, she plastered a huge smile, and Sarah will be coming in about 35 minutes and telling more about it. And now we go to a man who doesn't use makeup, but he loves hair and he talks about hair and he loves sharing his tips to everybody. He is none other than our Ravi Banot, our resident contributor and a host as well. He's an MBE, which is the member of the Order of the British Empire. It's a nice award and title to have over here. Ayurveda expert as well, and has got postgraduate qualifications in Ayurveda, which not many people have here in the UK. And Ravi got MBE for his well-being and community work that he spreads in the community. And we are going to learn about hair and hair tips and how to and why to. And a global namaste to you, Ravi. And how are you?
Global namaste to everyone. Yes, very well.
Global namaste.
Global namaste to everyone.
So, Ravi, what we are going to do, we're going to listen to you for about 10, 12 minutes or something, and then we want to ask you more questions and get some tips. So, Amrita, it's all yours, and Ravi for next 10, 12 minutes, and Ghazala and Heather and Sarah while you're here, because hair is something that every human being either love or have. And if you haven't got it, how can you be happy over it? Ravi will guide you. Ravi, over to you.
Great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much indeed. This is a very fascinating topic about self-care. Because when we think about self-care, quite often a lot of people think physically, about self, about skin, hair. But if you think about it, self-love is the first thing. And as Neil Kumar just said, you look at the mirror, you got to like the person you see in the mirror. So if you love the person you see in the mirror, that's your first step. Sometimes, I've got wrinkles or lines, or my hair's losing, or I'm not feeling great. You always find a fault. And it comes back, I think, to when we were 3 or 4 years of age, and when we came back home from school, and we may have got 8 out of 10 in maths or whatever. And you go to your dad and mom and say, "Oh, look how well I've done." And they say, "Oh, okay, you lost 2 marks. Where did you lose those? What happened?" So all of a sudden your focus is now on trying to obviously please them, and also you're thinking on the negative, on the two, which of course is important to figure out how you can improve. However, the focus should appreciate, and this is something we don't do enough of actually appreciating every little thing we have, of appreciating the day. And so, as far as I'm concerned, self-care starts with yourself, self-care, psychologically as well as physically. So when we were doing research, so I've written 5 books on Ayurveda, because my first degree was in pharmacy, and it was really very much on pill pushing and saying, well, if that you've got a problem, take this for the symptoms. And it wasn't really getting to the root of the problem, macro speaking. And when we were with hair loss, we were starting to, in the pharmacy, we were supplying to a couple of the main clinics in London, minoxidil lotion, which at that time was a standard preparation. The problem was that some people getting good results, some getting absolutely nothing. You know, it doesn't make sense, because if you have a headache and you take aspirin or paracetamol, chances it's going to work. So why is it that this medication that's for hair loss isn't working? So then got us into research, and just coincidentally at the time, my parents had gone to India for arthritis recovery because they were in such pain, and painkillers themselves weren't doing the job in this country, or anti-inflammatories. And so all arthritis conditions are treated similarly when you go to your doctor in this country, or perhaps around the world, where Ayurvedically speaking, or by natural principles, you're looking to see the cause. What is actually causing the problem? And are all hair losses or all conditions such as arthritis the same? Well, the answer is they're not. And so this research then took us into the realms of what is out there and what can we do to keep people's hair for longer. So we wrote a book called Hair Today, Hair Tomorrow, and that was in 2013, so 13 years ago. And what we found was quite fascinating, that when we look at people around the world, not everyone has the same quality of hair, length of hair, baldness, thinning. There are some correlations between the health, not necessarily just nutrition, not just necessarily to do with genetics, but there were so many other elements that you could actually look at. So what we found was that there's a hair cycle. And the hair cycle, we all have a certain number. So if we can extend the growth part, rather than, then there's a resting part, and then the cycle starts again. So if we can keep the growth part longer, and then the period where they start shedding, dying less, we can in fact work on keeping the hair longer. So the secret is, how do you do that? So in terms of making it really simple, because it can be so complicated when you look out there, and some people say just use this shampoo, that's all you need, and somebody will be saying just have this pill, magic pill. We found that is not just the case. If that was just the case, then that's all they would need to do, and there wouldn't be a problem. But clearly, the fact that the problem is there implies that you have to look at other factors. And just with the hair, as what we're talking about today about self-care, isn't it ironic that some people can look in the mirror, be totally bald, and say, what a macho man I have, how great I look, how sexy I look. And if you were, say, somebody as a bouncer outside a nightclub, perhaps that is the type of image you'd want, because that portrays a kind of a, somebody feeling strong and looking the part. Whereas perhaps somebody with long hair and was having hair which perhaps normal, perhaps wouldn't have the same impression. So a lot of life is, one is reality, one's perception. And what we were just been hearing in the last half an hour before was, I think, to a lot of extent, perception. I put this lipstick on, I feel great. I wear this lipstick, looks better than that lipstick. Who says that? You're perceiving that to be the case. Just like we say the little black number in terms of dress, and a red lipstick having certain connotations, and red flower meaning for love. Says who? We've decided that that is the case. So a lot to do is perception. So we can change our perception. So I'm not saying that the reality is necessarily always different. Can be, not necessarily. So the reality is that to have good hair, you've got to do certain things. The perception may be that even if you got bald, you're feeling great, and you say, that's how I want to be. a lot of people will say the other opposite. They'll say, if I have nice, healthy, long hair, I'm really looking after myself, I'm looking the best, and I'm well groomed, as we've heard people say in the last half an hour before, having a nice purse or bag matching the nails and having fantastic hair, you're looking the best you could be. So it's a lot to do with cultural aspects, to do how you personally feel about how you want to look. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's how you feel. It is certainly true that more and more people now go for things like hair transplants, medication of some sort, because it's again perceived that when you have long, healthy hair, you're looking great. When you're looking great, great for self care, self love, and also how people see you. Blacker hair you have, when you're getting older, you look younger. So these are some things people look at. And for you yourself, think about it. There are two purposes in life. One is obviously to live and live as long as you can, healthily. And the other, of course, is to have the next generation come about. So there are two main purposes if you really break life down to the elements. So if you want to look great, you have to look in for yourself, whatever you think looks great for you. So for me, I was just blessed that 65 a couple of days ago, but I still have the drop of hair. And people say, what's the secret? And you like to say, oh yeah, use this shampoo, use that. We found it's more than that. So we put this, simplified it into an acronym called NutriGrow. Now, just tell you very simply what it is, and these are simple things everyone can do. So N stands for nutrition. U is utilizing or using the right products. And this isn't necessarily just for hair, generally, if you think about it. T is training or remaining trim. R is having a routine about everything you do every day. And then the I is imagination. So Nutri, that gives you the growth of hair. So we made this the acronym, and this is on the book that I wrote, Here Today, Here Tomorrow. Not selling it at all. It's more to tell you that this is how I was in 2000. That was 2013, and that was what was 13 years ago. So the hair hasn't changed that much. Color a little bit, but color's certainly got a bit whiter or got more peppered now. So what can you do about it? Now, so I said that the secret is increasing in terms of the life cycle that every hair has, increasing the growth part rather than the part where it's dying. How can you do that? Well, in terms of men, testosterone becomes dihydrotestosterone, both hormones. And what we've found that is when the DHT, dihydrotestosterone, is around, you start losing more hair. And for women, estrogen is the hormone they want more of. And so, how do we get that? Well, if you think about it logically, if you can be taking foods which have got either food which are rich in estrogen for women, like soya, tofu, that type, and for men, if they have some herbs like sulfur, for example, that will keep the testosterone as that rather than converting to DHT, and therefore it's the right environment hormonally to keep your hair healthy. How can you do that? Well, you can use products which have got sulfur shampoo, serums. You can have foods which do the same. There are certain health style things you can do, so like breathing, in terms of all the thought patterns. So I'll come to that in a minute. So any nutrition, of course, you've got to have the building blocks. You've got to have the protein. You've got to have the minerals, the vitamins, and such like. We all accept that. Can you get that through diet? Yes, certainly. Do we all get it though? Possibly not. Why is that? Well, a lot of food, when you've cooked it up, you've lost a lot of the vitamin and minerals. That's one of the reasons. Also, it's just that sometimes you're missing out on trace elements like zinc or iodine because you're not having enough, for example, tomatoes or these what we call trace minerals. So having a supplement absolutely, I would say 100% you should have one. Not necessarily for your hair, but just generally to make sure the body has all the components for great health. And if self-care is about looking good, self-care is about caring for the body within, giving it all the food it needs, rather than relying on medication. So that's number one, nutrition. And if you feel you can't, for example, you have low iron, for example, maybe a supplement, if that works, great. Some people say, oh, I can't take iron for whatever reason. Maybe an injection might be a possibility. So there are various options you can. So nutrition is very important. You is using the right products. Now, when you go out in the market, you look at shampoos, you see all the shampoos are nice colored. There's no mention of what pH they are. And pH is scale between 0 and 14. 7 is balanced. Conditions tend to be more 4 to 5 pH. And then and shampoos, you find they range different pHs on the market. So you want about more neutral type. Now, how are you supposed to know that? There is no legal obligation for manufacturers to give any indication such as that. There are some well-known ingredients in hair products which have either proof or looks like they may not be the ideal ones to be having. And I'll say number one would probably be like sodium lauryl sulfate, which is probably the number one surfactant or cleanser that you find in shampoos and conditioners and in different types of hair products. Probably not the best ones to use. Use ones which are non-harsh, natural ones. For example, coconut, betaine type, which are going to give you the same thing but not as harsh. That's using the right products. Tea being trim or training. Why? Because it improves the blood circulation. From the heart to the hair is quite a distance. Organs come first. So if you have a condition where, for example, heart attack or you have an injury, guess where the blood's going to be sent to first? Do you think it'll be to the injured part or to the hair? Injured part, right? Because the body is very clever. It understands where the necessity is. Hair and scalp can still live even if you don't have hair. So the body understands that, and that is why to just improve the blood circulation is important that you do some exercises. What exercises? Well, I would say that you want to certainly do things like if you can do Surya Namaskar, for example, where you can have different types of exercise being done. If you can't, if you say, oh, I can't do that, can you walk? Great. Walk. Even if it's 10, 15 minutes a day, fantastic. Walk 50% faster than normal. That'll improve the circulation. It's very simple to do. And people say, oh, I can't go, the weather's not great. Fine. How about going up and down the stairs? If you have a house which has 2 floors or 3 floors, go up down the steps several times a day. That's something simple to do. And if that is not possible and you're sitting in the desk because of time pressures, simple things you can do, right? You're trying to get circulation going, get legs moving. So important. So then it comes to R. R is a routine. There's simple things you can do to remove toxins from the body so that they don't go out and they're stuck in the scalp. Now, you might be wondering, what is your typical routine that you can be doing? In Ayurveda, we say brush your teeth in the morning, but also scrape your tongue. Brush the back of your tongue so that you go, ugh. When you go, you're actually removing toxins from outside, from within. Something very simple to do, and everyone can do very easily. Have a routine of getting up a certain time, doing some exercises, visualizing what you want to do. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Eating the right food, thinking about what you're doing in terms of in the whether it's exercises or the products you're using. So being conscientiously aware that when you're eating, what are you eating? Are you eating a balanced meal? There's a routine. Then I is imagination. This is what we've been talking about in the first half now. When you look at the mirror, that mirror is a reflection of you. It can be just physically, or it can be you looking within. Then you have to love yourself first. Because the saying is, if you can't love yourself, it's hard to love anyone else. A lot of people have problems about what they see in the mirror because they see all the criticisms about themselves. I don't look great, I've got lines, or that person doesn't like me, I've been excluded from that group, etc., etc. A lot again is in the mind. It's not as bad as one not likes to think. It's what we call fear, false evidence appearing real. Not necessarily the case that you are actually as bad. And even if you are, it's their problem. Don't make it your problem. So the I is imagine the hair you want. Now, how can you imagine the hair you want? Because we're very visual people. We have five senses. And out of five senses, seeing is probably one of the biggest, if not most, for most people. So what can you do? Perhaps you have your picture of yourself and you cut out a picture of a face with hair that you actually want. Or hair, just hair on its own, and you stick that onto a picture of yourself so you can visualize the hair you have, right? Because you've put a picture from somewhere else. Now you throwing it out to the super universe out there about what you want. And that's one of the problems also with how we've been trained. We quite often focus on what we don't want rather than what we do want. Oh, this is my problem. Oh, this is, oh, why me? Why I haven't got enough money? I haven't got good health, etc. Really? How about thinking about that? I want this. I want to look like this. I want to feel like this. I want to do this kind of charity work or work, make the difference in the community that I can do. Imagine why you're on this earth for. And I think that is a basis of, of for a lot of people to resolve the issues they have. They don't know what they want and they don't know why they're in this earth. Why they're on this earth can be something simple like bringing your children up, getting married, doing the best you can be doing. That could be enough for you. Don't have to be has to be enormous or have to become prime minister, but that is great. But then look up beyond that. I think when you work for others, as it's saying, the happiness your happiness lies in the happiness of others is the same because when you make other people feel good, you feel good. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, but I can't do what I can't do. I don't know what to do." If you don't know what to do, send a message to me. I'll give you loads of ideas. There's lots of projects out there, even in your countries, wherever you might be, to be involved, to making a difference. So if you can just do those, I think you'll feel a lot better. Your health will be a lot better inner and out. So that's the imagination eye. And that gives you the growth. When I say growth, I'm talking about growth of hair. I'm talking about your growth as a personality, growth as a character, and growth as to what you are contributing to society. And that is so important. When you feel you're contributing to society, you're adding the to the wealth of the country in every sense of the word. You feel a greater value, and you feel that your health is as best as it could be. So that in a very short summary is things you can do for self-help and feeling great. So that was in a nutshell. So I know Neil said if you could then have some questions. So please feel free to ask anything you may have or any comments you might want to make or your own observations about health, particularly with hair and feeling great.
So Ravi, that's amazing. You talked about psychology of being happy. You said be aware of what you're doing, love what you do. You mentioned a bit of diet. You mentioned on how and what you should take care of, maybe supplements as well. Do you think diet plays very important role for hair care?
Definitely. For example, I'll give you an example. They show that people growing in there's a particular part in the Himalayas, a small part in Pakistan, where the hair tends to be really healthy. People live longer and the healthcare is a lot better. And they try to figure out why. Why is it? What are they doing? They weren't doing anything particularly different, but what they were doing was drinking water from the local stream, which is very rich in minerals. And minerals are things that we don't tend to generally, we don't necessarily always get in our diet. So that is why taking a supplement is good, particularly good supplement where you have good absorption, and so that's one. Also, there's another tribe in Japan where something similar. And now there, the research showed that they're having great health, living longer, to 100 plus, having great hair. Japanese people tend, if you see, they tend to have great hair. Japanese, Chinese, very dark black hair. Baldness not as much. Why? So one reason is that A is obviously to do with the diet. They eat less red meats, more fish and chicken. They're going to have white meat, and generally having no sure, making sure they're having all the fruit and vegetables as well. But also, what was found in Japan, which is really interesting, was that there was a purpose, a sense of the whole village shared problems, responsibility that all the children were the children of the whole village. So no one felt this is my child, that's my neighbor's child. There's a kind of a group of people saying, we are one big family. And so the sense of purpose, sense of belonging, sense of that we have a problem, we have a lot of people there helping solve the problem, really made a difference. So these are just various things you can do.
And of course, hair, particularly for women, is like a self-esteem matter, especially when they go through perimenopause and menopause, where the hormones create havoc in their body and life. And it's so difficult to handle. So hair is very important for every human being in some form. Heather wants to know about lymphatic. Heather, you can just unmute yourself. You wanted to ask, maybe it might be too biologically technical, but go ahead and pose your question, Heather. Heather, you are driving, so maybe it may not be safe, or in case, if you can unmute yourself now.
Okay, now we have the option to speak. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, so you wanted to know about the lymphatic system in the scalp.
Yeah.
You are muted again. So Ravi, your comment?
Yes, but now again, research shows that the lymphatic system removes toxins. And somebody said earlier on the first half now about shampooing and making really feel good. Try shampooing your body without shampooing what we call there's a murmur point here called the Brahmarandra. You will find that you're not as relaxed, find you're not as cleansed or not feeling as cleansed. Because in terms of the Ayurvedically speaking, we have lots of murmurs. Murmurs is a point where the inner body and the outer body meet. And when you take 8 fingers from your third eye, from here, you find there's a dip, natural dip. And it's thought that your soul departs from this point. If you go right in the middle, you find there's a little dip. And just move your finger along a little bit, right in the center. If you can't find it, you'll find it. It's there. Now, that is a point that you need to have cleansing. So when you have a shower, you notice that most people go in the shower and it's coming from the top rather from the sides, or rather coming from the bottom. That is the reason, because it's that particular point that you want cleansing first. So that your lymphatic or your drainage system to cleanse, it starts from cleaning the murmur points, the point where two or more tissues meet, and that's the point where the inner and the outer body meet, so that you can remove toxins from there. And same thing, this is also relevant to if you have pain. I know we're not talking about pain today, but that again, in self-care, you can feel really awful because you're in pain. Simple thing you can do again, if you have pain, I'll take an example that you can do with a knee. If you're gonna have pain, the chances are pain's not here. You'll find you'll have a pain. If you have a pain, it'll be right there. There are two or more tissues meet. That's where that point there. Massage that one really hard, not soothing. Massage. If you're gonna have a massage, and I recommend having a massage once a month to remove toxins, massage like that, really hard. And again with the head. If you got a headache, guess where you tend to massage? The temple. Who tells you? Who's trained you? It's your natural instinct. If you have a headache, you do that. And if those people who are old enough as I am, there used to be an advert on TV many years ago, probably about 20 odd years ago, saying, tense, nervous headache, take Anodin. And you see the woman going like this at the same time. And you wonder, is it the Anodin or is it the fact that she's massaging the temples? Because you're working murmur points there specifically. So these are simple things you can do.
Thank you, Ravi. And anybody, if you do want to ask Ravi, he's a part of Healing Our Earth because you are all contributors here. Then you can even chit chat with him or invite him to your session to talk about hair. It's not a trichologist point of view, but he has merged the study of hair with Ayurveda, makes it a bit of difference so that it helps people and himself actually practices. Sarah has got a question over here and she says, can men re-stimulate hair growth once it is lost, often during mid-age? And what are the top tips for this? Isn't that right, Sarah? So there you are, Ravi.
That's a good question. It's a question a lot of people ask. It's a bit like if you have a plant and if it has roots, there's some hope. But when there's no roots, is it going to grow? Unlikely. So it's a similar thing here. We have hair which becomes vellus hair, which are these little small hair. With time, the healthy hair becomes smaller and smaller, become vellus, and then they die. So at what point can you still do something? Well, the point is that if you still have vellus hair, you can stimulate that. But a lot of people either give up hope or it's just they don't change their lifestyle, their diet, the nutrient growth that I've just mentioned, the acronym. So these are things that you can do. So the answer to the question is yes, you can, if there is still something there. But you do need to conscientiously, like with everything else in life, you have to work at it. It's like a bit like the gym. If you don't go to the gym, don't expect the results that you want if you're trying to trim up and look great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I would say, first of all, can I just say, Amrita, you've got lovely hair. And Neil Kumar, although you don't see him by his picture, but he looks like this in reality as well.
Yeah, I have kapha hair, which is gifted from my parents, I think, and that's nice. And even your salt and pepper hair look good. I think these kind of, there's a lot of trend of salt and pepper hair, you know. People sometimes are even coloring their hair to look like salt and pepper. So you tell, I also wanted to ask you, Raviji, that there's a lot of trend of coloring the hair. And what's your take on herbal dyes that we have in the market and as compared to the chemicals that we have? Or do you recommend some specific like checks before people should go for these dyes? What's your take on that?
Yeah, it's a good question that because the problem with a lot of these is the research out there is based on what the manufacturers give out to you. And that's the problem with a lot of herbal treatments, products, is there's no vested interest for anyone to be pumping a lot of money for research if they're not going to be able to patent it and make money. So you're relying a lot on the government and universities on their own back doing something. And we're glad to see that the Ayush Ministry of Ayush in India, they're spending a lot of money now on research, and fantastic to see how much Ayurveda has developed. Only in our generation, I mean, turmeric has been used for centuries, and only now, because it's been researched and proven, and therefore you get turmeric tea and turmeric coffee and turmeric creams and all like. So similarly with hair products, with respect to dyes, traditionally with henna was used as a hair dye, and again, but it's getting the uniformity of the henna. So you sometimes have the orange color henna on the hair that you see, and it looks so unnatural, and that's why people drifted away. I think just using henna on its own. It may be safe. After all, you see henna tattoos and for weddings and such like. It's not a problem at all. But it's just the color. And so, what we found now is that a lot of herbal products, which are hair dyes, are out there. And by choice, I would recommend those rather than chemical ones, which quite often they put in other things in. And although they're safe, it's no reason not to suspect they're safe. They're not safe, but it's just a question of things like irritation, things like the long term impacts. Hard to always tell because the research, when it's done, is only over a short period of time, not over 30 years or 20 years. So in terms of by choice, natural, I would say. And I think the pepper thing also, Amitaji, is that look, the black hair looks lovely on you, and for men particularly, if I had all black at age 65, um, I'd probably look that's not authentic, or I'm it doesn't look natural. I think perhaps that's what it is. And so we don't want to be all white, but for a lot of people, all whites, uh, silver color hair really suits them because it
Yeah.
has healthy hair and it just gives a personality of the person. So I think there's no, again, it's a perception thing. I think for some people, silver hair looks brilliant, but all black, I'm not personally, it's a personal thing, choice, of course. I personally think for a guy who's getting on in age, all black doesn't necessarily look natural. But women get away with it. I think women they do have, as Kumar was saying, women tend to feel that their hair is what other people look at, particularly other women look at. And to look attractive, they want to have nice hair. So they tend to color hair more. The market is a lot bigger for women than for men in hair colorants. But in terms of do men use hair colorants as much, and why they don't, I think the other reason is that with men we tend to we have a lot of hair on the beard, and it just, unless you're going to be coloring every week, the certain parts you can't color, practically speaking, certainly not on a daily basis. So it looks unnatural when the hair comes out here on the beard as white or peppered, and your hair on the top is all black. Doesn't look quite right. So that's why I think that it does limit the options for men as well. But quite often they tend to be peppered, the beard, so peppered on the head looks better. It's interesting. Yesterday I was at a wedding. My friend, who's the father of the bride who got married, he's totally bald, good looking man, and he has a very sharp, thick black eyebrows. His chest is full of white hair, and it kind of, you start wondering, totally bald, black, white. So what is his natural color? And he swears he doesn't color the black. So sometimes you can have a situation where your hair is white. He's bald now, so we can't tell what color hair he would have had. But it's interesting how hair color can change between different parts of the body.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a big study about genetics and hair, graying up of hair. And that's why a lot of people have patterns in which the graying of hair starts. And the patterns in which the graying of hair starts on the head, the graying of hair on the body as well. And these kind of patterns are pretty much dominant with the kind of genetics the parents had, the patterns that they followed, and also much more on nowadays with a lot of use of chemicals, especially in India. I have no idea about in what's the status in the United Kingdom, but then in India, what I've seen now, many youngsters are having gray hair because of the added chemicals, as well as the water having a lot of chemicals, the kind of shampoos as well as conditioners, and so many things are available for the cosmetic industry in the hair care products. So that kind of a thing, which is very much prominent, I feel, which I see the trend is among the teenagers, right from the teenagers students and children complain of, oh, I've got a hair fall, I've got graying up of hair, and so I go for smoothing and hair care and hair spas. And what's your take on hair mask? A lot of people do hair mask, you know.
Yeah, a great idea. Hair mask. So just going back one step. I think one of the things that we find a lot of young people do now is they have very tight hair. They put either the hair is really so tight, or they have a ponytail really tight, and that puts more stress on the hair. And by putting more stress, you're pulling the hair constantly. You're gonna chances are you're gonna have more hair, thinning hair falling. That's one of the things. And that's where a hair mask is really useful because a hair mask can have different ingredients in. We manufacture hair products in the UK, and we use gopi chand, which is an Indian clay, which has been used traditionally for giving nutrients, minerals, particularly back to the hair and scalp. And so a mask with whether it's with that, or whether it's a mask intended to cleanse, or whether it's intended to add more volume. There are various depending on what ingredients you're using. But it's like a mud mask people put on their face, or a mask with different ingredients in, because it either is giving more moisture to the skin, or it's tightening the skin. And so if you have fine lines, it helps in that. So I think a mud mask or a mask in general, whether it's the hair or the skin, I think that it's a popular idea and does seem to work.
Hmm. Thank you. I also have a question from all three of you. What are your tips of hair care, and how do you take care of your hair? Sarah, let's have your point of view before we take up with Raviji and Neelji. Over to you.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I love. It's fascinating everything you've like shared with us. Thank you so much, because I find it really interesting how it's often not about age when you go grey. I mean, my dad, I have very, very few, I'm over 60 years old, have very, very few grey hairs at all anywhere on my head. And my dad was nearly 90 years old when he died, and he didn't have grey hair, and neither did his mother when she died at 80. It's fascinating, isn't it? And yet I know other people that went grey when they were, I don't know, started going grey in their 20s. Um, I think like definitely from what you've said as well, you know, your diet 100% affects your hair health. You know, your hydration affects your hair health. What you eat, maybe even your happy thoughts affect your hair health. And thank you for sharing that. I felt my little dent in the top of my head there. Always wondered what that was. Now I know when my soul comes in and goes out again. But yeah, I've also learnt, because I also work in the health and wellbeing industry, that you shouldn't wash your hair too often, because that can change the nutrients in I don't know all this stuff. It
pH level,
changes the
yes.
nutrients in the scalp, you know, and you should be gentle. And one of my girlfriends, who was also in her 60s, said to me recently, because you know, as you get older, yes, I've probably got half as much hair as I used to have since I went through the menopause. But you know, when we're in the shower and we're washing our hair, we're often quite firm with it. And she'd stopped really pushing it here, and she'd got all little new sprouts that had started, because when you're in the shower, you often push all your hair back, don't you? I mean, you wash it quite hard. So I've started being really gentle on that bit, to save any more of any of a receding hairline. But other than that, I just think, yeah, using good products that aren't full of toxic, harsh chemicals, not washing your hair too often, and having a healthy diet and hydration.
Yeah,
Hmm. That's
hydration is
lovely.
very. I think we do underestimate the fact that people say, "What's hydration got to do with hair?" Well, even though hair is dead, but we need circulation. Circulation means blood flow. Blood flow means water, and you need obviously all the ingredients that go in blood. But circulation is, unless you have good circulation, how do you get the food supplement, the food nutrients to the scalp and the hair? So that's very important. Totally agree with you on that. I think the other thing is that the effects when you're talking about hair, I think a lot of people underestimate the power of the universe. And there's a very simple thing you can do when you are going to sleep, for example. people say, imagine, the good things that happen to you during the course of the day, how grateful you can be. Absolutely get it, and I do that every day. Be really grateful for what you have, and all the things that went well. When you then focus on things that didn't go well, that can disturb your sleep. But let's focus on what can go well. And people say, well, okay, when we go to sleep, I get distracted very easily. And I'm sleeping, and all of a sudden I'm awake. That's because they're not using the part of the brain to help them focus. So if you want the particular hair you want, or the health you want, or you have an issue with whether it's to do with monetary or any other type of relationship, when you go to sleep, keep your eye at the 2 o'clock position. So your eyeballs are at the 2 o'clock, and you're closing your eyes and then imagining what you want, whether it's the hair you want, the skin you want, whatever it is, rather than just keep your eyes closed and not the eyes going all over the place, the pupils going all over the place. Focus on the 2 o'clock position and then think what you want, or try to uh, do the appreciation or gratitude exercise. Really works.
Beautiful. We are having different tips, different ideas talking over here. And my little bit for everybody over here is very simple. It is not your hair that needs particular treatment, it's your scalp. Treat your scalp, shampoo your scalp in there, not the top ends of your hair and everything. If you do the scalp, gentle massage, don't be rough on it. After you wash your hairs, try to use very lukewarm or as cold water is better because it stimulates the roots and it will help. And once you've got out of your shower or a bath, don't rub your towel on your hair. Don't be very harsh on it. Gentle, just gently dubbing them is better. And if you can finger your hair, it's even better. Don't use your brush and a comb when the hair are wet. You'll pull them. So that's just simple tip from me. You don't have to wash your hair every day. Wash it as and when necessary. So the natural oils and the natural ingredient that the body provides to the shaft always remains there. So it's beautiful. So we have had a lot of wonderful tips over here. And if you want to know Ravi's products, then he has got a website, and it's not just all about hair. He has got lots of different products manufactured in UK, and the website is coolherbals.co.uk. And there you can see variety of products. And later, Sushma will be coming here, who is also a partner in this coolherbals.co.uk. She is going to bring health and beauty care for everybody. So Ravi, well done. Thank you very much. Take care of your hair lock as well, and you're a wonderful soul. And let's bring on more tips to the people. And if you want to check out once again, Ravi's website is coolherbals.co.uk. Just put Cool Herbals on your engine and it will come up over there. Ravi, if you're staying around as well, shortly we are chit-chatting with Sarah, and then we are going to go to Honey as well. We're going to say hello to Honey at the moment, and Honey has done a special recording on her 24 tips, and then after Sarah is Honey. But meanwhile, let's say hello to Honey. Honey, a global namaste to you.
A global namaste to you as well. I'm
Global
traveling
namaste.
on a lovely bank holiday Sunday, and I'm so
Beautiful.
proud to be part of my Healing Our Earth Family Day, especially because it's to do with self-care and self-love, which is a very, very important topic for me, I think. So a global namaste to everyone. Really, really pleased to be here today.
And Honey, your tips will be coming up in about 15 minutes. What are they going to tell us?
Well, I think what happens is self-care and self-love, I believe it's all about also your inner development, your self-development, your inner transformation, how you value yourself, or what kind of values you bring into your life. Because sometimes, you may find that you have your emotional imbalances that you feel in life are because of perhaps wrong decisions that you've made If you have more clarity, you could make better decisions. And in that way, you wouldn't have this kind of disharmony in your life. So I feel that I have these 24 master keys that I follow. And these are values that I try to bring into my life to make my life as flowy as possible, as harmonious as possible. So hopefully all our wonderful Healing Our Earth family members will get a chance to listen to that and see what they think of it. And I'm sure there'll be some little nuggets there that will help and will connect to each and every single one of us out there.
Thank you, honey. So let's for next 10 minutes go to Sarah because she is going to say, love the skin you are in. Skincare is important as well. So Sarah, Global Namaste, Sarah runs an organization called Wow. So it's actually a Wow organization, which is beautiful. She loves mentoring women as well and has got a lot of following there. Amrita, you and Sarah, let's talk about skincare. And Ravi, thank you very much. And if you're around, we'll even talk to you about this.
Thank you so much, Raviji.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank,
all yours,
thank
Sarah.
you, Neil.
Oh, thank you. So
Skincare.
lovely. Yeah.
Global Namaste, a very warm welcome, Sarah. And Sarah, you are into wow, right? And with the women, skin and hair are very important. And especially when it comes to the skincare, people nowadays, whatever generation we see, especially we see the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha, people are definitely very careful, and especially we see children as well. They really love to take care of your skin. So what are your tips and what are your ideas that how much care at every age people need for the skin? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Always lovely to be here. Yeah, fascinating. I always learn so much. It's always good to be here, and I love being part of this space because I think this conversation is it's about self-respect, isn't it? Self-awareness, and how we choose to show up for ourselves, which we've heard from other contributors every single day, is so important because here's the truth. From, my perspective, and from the wellness being world that I've worked in for the last nearly 18 years, alongside a leading health and wellness brand, your skin is not just something you look at. Actually, it is something you live in every single day, and your skin is your story. It's your largest organ of your body. It protects you, it communicates with you, and it reflects what's happening beneath the surface. And I think that's the thing that so many people overlook. And yet, so many people are in constant battle with this. They're trying to fix it, cover it, fight it. But what if we shifted that? What if instead of fighting our skin, we literally just started partnering with it? To me, skincare is not skin deep. This is where I always say skincare is first an inside job, and I'm sure many other experts here already know that. And it's topical secondary, not first. So you can have the most luxurious creams in the world. The company I'm partnered with makes them. But if your gut is inflamed, if your hydration is low, or your body is overloaded with toxins, your skin will literally tell that story on the outside. So I want to help people just flip that narrative and look inside first, because the foundations for me here are some absolute non-negotiables I live by. They're simple, they're powerful, they're transformational, and they've worked really well for me since I've been aware of this in the last 17 or 18 years. So firstly, really hydration is everything as well. Your skin cells need water to function, repair, and glow. You can tell when you've got an inner glow, it glows on the outside. So if you're dehydrated, your skin is too. That's a full stop. So gut health equals skin health, and so many more people are aware of this now. But your gut health, predominantly governs all of those things. And honestly, one of the biggest shifts people can make is your gut and your skincare, your gut and your skin health are in constant conversation with each other. So if your gut is out of balance, guess what? Your skin will often reflect it. Think inflammation, think breakouts, think dullness, think sensitivity. So instead of just treating the surface, you've got to go deeper. Feed your gut and your skin will follow. Some simple things, powerful ways to support your microbiome, which affects your outer skin, is add in gut loving foods daily. Think about fermented foods like kefir, sauerkraut, kimchi. Think of fiber-rich foods like leafy greens, oats, flax seeds. Think colorful plants, berries, vegetables, whole foods. These feed the good bacteria your body needs to thrive. So that's the first thing. The second thing is support that with pre and probiotics. Sometimes even with the best diet, we need extra support. As other contributors have said, you may need to supplement that. That's where prebiotics, like feeding the good bacteria, and probiotics, adding beneficial bacteria, come in. And this is something I personally use every day through my partnership with the global brand that I work with called Arbonne. We have beautiful, healthy, vegan-based gut health drinks. They're all designed to support this balance in a really, really simple, effective way, going beyond what food alone can sometimes do in today's world, not as a replacement, but just as a powerful addition. And thirdly, it's really important to reduce what disrupts your gut. So, just as important as what you add in is what you become aware of. For many people, common disruptors for your skin can be excess sugar and processed foods, dairy for some individuals, and artificial additives and chemical ingredients. Again, it's not about restriction, but it is just about awareness and choice. So when we talk about loving the skin you're in, it's not just about what you see in the mirror. It's about asking, what am I feeding my body? You're going to like what you look in the mirror at more, the more healthy you feed your body. And what am I giving my cells to work with? Because when your gut is supported, guess what? Your skin becomes clearer, your energy lifts, and that natural glow, that's not a filter. That's actually your body functioning healthily. So be mindful of those common triggers, like I've mentioned, potentially dairy, highly processed foods. These can quietly disrupt your system and they can show up on your skin, like I've mentioned. And fourthly, the thing I'm really excited about at the moment is cellular energy really matters. There's so much going on in the scientific world at the moment around cellular energy and longevity, sustainable longevity. And we're understanding that more now than ever before about cellular health and aging. Supporting your body at a cellular level supports your skin's agility to repair, renew, and thrive. So it really does matter. And we're understanding more and more now than ever before about this cellular health and aging, because at the heart of the conversation, I'm only just learning about is something called NAD+, and that's a coenzyme that is found in every single cell of our body. And it plays a vital role in how your cells create energy. So if you've never heard about it, like I hadn't until recently, I mean, some of the specialists will know about it. Just look into it and find out, how that can help your body function at its best. Because as our NAD levels naturally decline as we age, when that happens, we start to feel lower energy, slower repair. That can create changes to our skin. So when we talk about supporting our skin from the inside out, this is exactly what we mean. And this is why I'm always genuinely delighted to show my clients something that supports that at a deeper level. And being at that cutting edge with, longevity and science and botanically based ingredients and formulations, it creates that transformative wellness. And, recently through NAD Cellular, amazing energy drinks, skin booster products that you can put on your skin that I'm currently using, they're designed to be clean and powerful and, like I say, support at a cellular level. And that can help, believe it or not, helping stuff at cellular level can support obviously cellular repair, brain health, healthy metabolism, and natural energy production. And when those are supported, guess what? The biggest your body responds, your energy lifts, your body works with you, not against you. And then outside, obviously, what you put on your skin matters because your skin doesn't just sit there, it actually absorbs. So ask yourself if you are using anything, and everybody needs to use certain products to protect ourselves from the outside environmental damage that can be caused. Are the products I'm using feeding my skin or fighting against it? And like I say, for the last 17 years, partnering with one of the world's leading clean beauty brands and clean beauty wellness that is botanically based but backed in science, and always considering the people and the planet in every decision. When you combine those clean external skincare with clean internal nourishment, you absolutely just get natural radiance. And I really believe as well, our skin is intelligent. It believes what you do consistently, not occasionally. It's like anything, small, tiny steps consistently over time will lead to great results over time. So instead of chasing quick fixes, please build rituals like other experts have shared today. Build awareness, build consistency, because that's where that really lives for a great way to look at it. And when you love the skin you're in, it has a much deeper meaning. It does to me. It means listening. When your skin's telling you something, listen, nourish it, don't neglect it. Choose products and habits that support, and most importantly, it's not about waiting till anything's perfect to appreciate it, because you have to remember, I know it's very obvious, but your skin is here with you for the whole of your life. So to me, healthy aging is a privilege. It's not a problem I'm looking to fix. We have definitely been sold the idea that aging is something to fight. And I see that really differently. Aging well to me is about supporting your body, your cells, and your skin so you can thrive as long as possible. And that is power, that's self-love, that's self-care. And those are the things that to me mean the most about loving the skin you're in, whatever age you're at. Actually, the earlier you start looking after that, men and women, I mean, we both have the same skin. This is not about outer beauty. This is about healthy longevity for everyone, boys, girls, men, and women. And that's really what I want to share with you. Everyone can connect with me in my business and my community at Sarah Winning Mills on LinkedIn. You can connect with me at Sarah_UK on Instagram, and Sarah Mills The Art of Winning on Facebook. So please love the skin you're in. Take care of it. It's the most amazing organ ever. Isn't it incredible? Fully waterproof as well. But anyway, thank you so much for that, and I hope you've got some great tips.
Wonderful, Sarah. So beautiful and nice. And as you say, skin is a very important part. It's maybe one of the largest part of our body, because everywhere we've got a skin, and that is very important. And I feel one of the best foods for skin is omega-3, hydration, avocados, sweet potatoes for beta carotene, berries, broccoli, tomatoes, leafy green vegetables. It all helps. And for anybody, in case if you did want to find out about Women on Winning, then you can see Sarah's Instagram page. Here it is. You can see her. Lots of followers and following over there. And she's doing a wonderful job. And it's Women on Winning, the art of winning as well. So it's wonderful that you're doing so much for the society, Sarah. Skin, very important. So we had love and care and hair and skin. Let's take a quick comment from Dr. Kailash before we go to Honey's tips as well. So Nishit, keep it ready in a moment. Kailash, your one tip for self-care and one tip for self-love.
Yeah. Well, global namaste to everyone, and I've just joined and just listened to your talk, Sarah. Yeah, absolutely amazing, inspiring, and everything you said. It just makes sense. Loving yourself. And that's really important. I think first of all, being comfortable in your own skin. That's what they say, and looking at, like you were saying, it's the largest organ in our body, isn't it? And we're born with it and we die with it, and everything tells us. Our skin to say tells a million stories basically. And I'd just like to add to what you were saying about eating healthy food, and being hydrated. And I've learned new things about NED which I didn't know. Cellular, so I'm going to look up on that one as well. So thank you so much. I always learn something new on these programs. Every week the episode, somebody brings something new to me, and that's really amazing, really empowering. But also, I don't know whether this has already been covered, but I went through an early menopause. I had to have an hysterectomy, and again, I was on the hormone patches as well, and I saw a little bit of difference, after sort of say 6-7 years to my skin as well, and I didn't really feel the tightness and what I experienced in my youth. So I had my history when I was 40, and I think that also contributes. The early menopause contributes to it, and I think stress and maybe lack of sleep and stuff like that, lifestyles, they contribute a lot. And when I started to sort of reflecting on some of the external factors, that I started kind of say, okay, apart from as well as eating healthy and drinking and all that, I need to sort of start thinking about my routine as well, and my lifestyle, and just how to offload the stress as well. And I think that really helps as well. So I just wanted to add that as well. So self-care is about self-love, again, being comfortable in your own skin and loving your skin, and not comparing yourself. We're all different, and so that's really important. So
Wonderful.
that's my contribution, Neil Kumar.
Yes, it's very nice. We had so much wonderful tips today and things, and we'll shortly, in a few seconds, play Honey's tips, what she has specially made for us. So as soon as it's ready, it will come up on the screen. And Sarah, skin. You obviously love your skin. Your skin is beautiful. You maintain it so well. Um, and it's so nice. So we'll talk more about skin as well. And now we're ready for Honey's presentation. So let's kick it in and listen what she has lined up for us.
Welcome everyone, and a global namaste. It's a true honor to welcome you into this space today, especially because it's a special wellness program held especially for you, and of course organized especially by Healing Our Earth. I would say this is more than just a program, because it's a journey of remembrance, a journey back to balance, back to clarity, and back to the most aligned version of yourself. In a world that often encourages us to rush, compare, and disconnect, today we choose something different. We choose presence, awareness, and inner connection. Over the next sections, we will explore the foundations of a fulfilled life, not just as a theory, but as lived principles that can transform your well-being, your mindset, your energy, and of course, your kind of experience of life itself. Now, this is about becoming steady within yourself so that no external circumstance can take away your inner peace. It's one of the most beautiful gifts you can give to yourself. So let's begin. I'd like to share some slides for you so that at least you get a chance to understand what I'm trying to share. I hope you can forgive me for the lack of light here, but the information is more important at the moment. So here is life mastery. The first thing I'd like to share with everybody here is life mastery is the ability to live consciously rather than reactively. It's understanding that your life is shaped not only by what happens to you, but by how you respond, interpret, and grow from it. So from a wellness perspective, mastery begins with balance. Balance between work and rest, balance between action and stillness, balance between giving and receiving. So when life becomes unbalanced, the body reflects it through stress, fatigue, and emotional overload. But when balance is restored, the nervous system softens, clarity returns, and energy begins to flow again. So life mastery is not about perfection, it's about awareness and adjustment. So it's the daily practice of asking yourself, what brings me into alignment today? So for that, I'd like to show you maybe, some of the kind of areas that I use to support myself. Here comes purpose in life. That's my first master key. Each of us are born to serve others through our gifts, talents, skills, or knowledge. That's one of the values I use. So I'd just like to share, these are part of the 24 master keys that I use for health, happiness, and inner well-being for myself. So I hope that this will be also connecting with you, and I'll be able to share some insights into how you can include this into your lifestyle and also support your well-being. So as I mentioned, purpose in life is this. The second thing I work and use is balanced lifestyle. So what I always believe is lead a balanced lifestyle mentally, emotionally, physically, materially, and spiritually. So all these 5 areas need to be balanced. In this way, you feel that you're living a very fulfilled life. As we move forward is healthy living. And let's see if I can perhaps maybe, there you go, extend this. So healthy living, our body is a temple that needs nourishment, cleanliness, respect, and rest. So that's something that I try my best to follow. Of course, we can't follow this all the time because sometimes we're so busy, we don't have enough rest, but it's there. This is the value that we incorporate into our lives and keep reminding ourselves. And the other part is inner knowledge. This is normally gained through sacred scriptures, like studying sacred scriptures, enjoying personal development courses, training programs, and of course, connecting to the universal consciousness. So the second part that I use is what I called priceless virtues. This is the foundation of a balanced and awakened life, I feel. So let's have a look at this. What foundations of a peaceful life? They're not external achievements, they're internal qualities that shape how you experience everything in life. So priceless virtues such as love, gratitude, honesty, and contentment have a direct impact on your emotional well-being. And when these qualities are present, the mind becomes less reactive, the heart becomes more open, and the body experiences less tension. So gratitude, for example, shifts the nervous system from stress into calm awareness. Contentment reduces comparison and restores inner sufficiency. And these virtues are not abstract ideas, they are daily emotional choices. And the more they are practiced, the more life begins to feel steady, grounded, and meaningful. So for this, let me share some of the values that I tend to use for my well-being and in my life. So one of them is love. Pure unconditional love is felt, shared, offered, and displayed unconditionally. And I really feel that by incorporating this value in your life, each time that you could get quite upset with things, etc., you remind yourself and then you just try to give unconditional love, because that's who you are as a person. That's the values that you live by. Second thing is, of course, joy. Bring joy into your life and the life of others. I mean, so cheap. You just put a smile on someone's face and it just absolutely changed their day. You make magic happen in their lives just by bringing a bit of happiness, smiles, and joy. So I believe bring joy into your life and the life of others. It makes you feel so good as well when you see others happy. Truth. Live honestly and in alignment with your soul. I think whatever your inner voice tells you, you need to follow that. And I always ask myself, is this hurting anybody? Is this going to be destroying anything? Am I doing good for others? And that kind of helps you to understand that whatever you're feeling inside and whatever's guiding you, you're doing the right thing, because it's never going to be something that will be detrimental to others. So contentment, that's the next value. Be satisfied with your present self and your life journey. So whoever you are at this moment in time, I know we're going to have many, many lessons in the future. You're going to become a better human being, hopefully, in the future. And we're going to keep learning new lessons and becoming wiser. But just be satisfied with your present self, who you are at this moment in time, and your life journey, your experiences of life. So now we move on to the powerful personality traits. So you may ask, what is the personality traits? Well, your personality is not fixed. It's shaped by repetition. So powerful traits such as respect, non-judgment, generosity, and emotional calm are cultivated through awareness. From a well-being perspective, these traits are deeply healing because they reduce internal conflict. When judgment decreases, then you will find that stress reduces. When kindness increases, emotional resilience strengthens. And when respect is present, relationships become more peaceful. So these traits also regulate energy. They prevent emotional exhaustion and create healthier boundaries with others. And true strength is not forceful. It's the ability to remain centered, kind, and grounded even in challenging situations. And this is emotional mastery in action. So what are the values that I tend to use for something like this? Let's see if we can move forward to our personality traits. So let's check this out. First one, respect. Show respect to all living and non-living beings. Now you may be thinking, what do you mean living and non-living beings? I mean, at the end, I would say living things could be every single human being, an animal, it could be trees, it could be everything that's living. And non-living beings, I would say, some people say Mother Earth is, it's not actually a human being, but actually it's a non-living, but it is a living being. Stones and, the water, everything that you see, like maybe a temple you go to and you see a beautiful statue of Lord Shiva or Buddha. I mean, you may think it's non-living, but you should still be respecting it, because you're not going to be sitting there eating chewing gum and sticking it onto the Buddha, are you? Of course not, because you have respect. So I say show respect to all living things and non-living beings as well. Moving on, non-judgmental. Allow others to be who they are without judgment or bias, because you don't want to be judged yourself for who you are as a person. Why would you judge others? They may have certain opinions, they may express themselves in different ways. It's who they are. But if you can become non-judgmental and let them be who they are, I'm sure that you would enjoy them doing the same for you to be who you are. So non-judgmental, I think, is really, really important. And generosity, being generous, give freely. Just know that abundance is infinite, because there is so much in this world. There is just so much. You can give lots and lots of love. You can be generous. If you've got 5 slices of bread, you can give 1 to someone else. It doesn't mean you're going to be starving, but you could help a starving person live by giving them that 1 slice of bread. In other words, just be generous in everything that you do. And the other part is peacefulness, bringing peace within yourself. Remain calm, centered, and peaceful in all situations. This is very important, actually, because resilience is very important. And when things tend to push you out of balance, this value is what will help you stay steady and balanced. So now we move on to seeds of spirituality. Now, what's a seeds of spirituality? Well, let's check this out. Spirituality is not separate from daily life. It's the awareness of connection in everything. It's the understanding that peace is not something you find, it's something you cultivate within. The seeds of spirituality include self-reflection, stillness, awareness, inner listening to that little inner voice of yours. When we slow down enough to observe ourselves without judgment, something powerful happens. We begin to understand our inner world more clearly. This clarity reduces confusion, anxiety, and emotional overload. And spiritual growth is not about escaping life, it's about becoming more present within it. And presence is where healing begins. Because once you accept what's going on in life, you're much happier, much more calmer, much more balanced. So let's move on and check out a little bit more about what kind of values we can use, which are considered seeds of spirituality for myself. These are some of the foundation I use to kind of cultivate a more awakened life. So first thing is divinity. I believe strengthen divine qualities in yourself and dissolve the limiting ones. And what do we mean by that? Well, love, generosity, happiness, all of those blissfulness, all that is very divine qualities. So just try to generate more of that within yourself. And being selfish and angry and frustrated, things like that, these are limiting qualities, limiting beliefs, and limiting emotions. So try to work on dissolving those limiting ones so that more of your beautiful divine qualities shine and blossom and become stronger. There's also the connecting with nature value that I follow. I love going to the park and just spending time with nature, or just walking and enjoying seeing the butterflies. And it's just, I love connecting with nature. So embrace the beauty and the tranquility of Mother Earth. It has a special kind of healing. There's so much prana and chi around nature, and that tends to really clear your aura. That's why many people go walking bare feet on the grass, because they know that kind of reduces their tension and pulls all the negative energy out of their system. There's also consciousness. Connect with the universal consciousness and the inner awareness. And what is consciousness? Well, consciousness, you're just seeing things in a more clear way, in a bigger perspective of life. So if you connect with universal consciousness, the wisdom, the higher wisdom, tends to flow through you. So the inner awareness awakens when you're making choices, you make better choices, you make decisions, and you make better decisions. So, the more conscious you are, you get a better and a larger perspective of life. So this is very important as well, to develop your consciousness levels. And contemplation. Why not use meditation, reflection, and connecting with your higher self? Just spend some time connecting with your higher self. I call myself the higher self because who we are as people, we're shaped by values and belief systems of others and programming that we would have had ever since we were young. But when you connect to your higher self, the higher self tends to guide you, it tends to guide you in what is more pure, what is more real. It helps you to see things in a more honest way. So this higher self guides you. So I really think contemplation is a great way to connect with that inner voice. So that now brings us to our divine qualities. And you may ask, okay, so what are these divine qualities? So for this, I always say, divine qualities are elevated human states, such as compassion, patience, forgiveness, and humility. These are not just spiritual ideas, they're deeply therapeutic for the mind and, of course, the soul and the body, of course. Forgiveness releases emotional weight stored in the body, and compassion softens stress responses. Patience reduces kind of inner conflict and inner anxiety and pressure. So when these qualities are active, the nervous system shifts into a calmer state, allowing the body to restore and regenerate. So the divine qualities bring harmony into how you relate to yourself and others. They help you move from reaction to understanding, from tension into peace, and of course, from resistance into acceptance. So this is where true emotional freedom begins. And it's a very powerful place to be at once you get to that point. So let's see what other kind of divine qualities that we can connect with here. Forgiveness. This is a great way to release your own inner pain, the resentment you feel about things that have happened in life, and just free your spirit. So forgiveness is a very powerful tool to have. The second one is wisdom. Develop wisdom through experience, through knowledge, and through inner guidance. This is really great because sometimes you go through experiences, you've made mistakes, but it's okay because that's what learning and evolving is all about, is to experience life. And if you've made any mistake, you gain wisdom, and next time you use that experience to make better decisions. So use your wisdom and your knowledge to do that. Also, optimism. Maintain a positive, solution-focused outlook towards life. It's so important. Everything I see, I try my best to see, well, is the glass half full or is it half empty? I always look at it as half full because I think it's the best way to develop your mindset, because you look at good things, you see the best in everything. And there is so much good in the world. So if you create a habit of looking things in a positive way, you'll always be solutions focused. There's also gratefulness. Just appreciate everything you are and receive. So who you are as well. Be grateful for who you are, what has shaped you, what you've experienced, and what has made you to who you are today. And, I think you need to be grateful for all your achievements, all the wonderful, beautiful families, members that you have around you, all the people that give you lots of love, care. Just be grateful for everything that you have. And of course, whatever you're receiving from the world, from the earth, from like food, everything that you can think of, you could be grateful for. And also gifts to share. This is another area, by the way. Another area is gifts to share. Now, gifts to share, you may think, what are the kind of gifts that we could use to share with others? Well, each of us carries something unique within us, a gift that is meant to be shared. Your gift may be your voice, your kindness, your creativity, your leadership, or your ability to heal and uplift others. When you suppress your gifts, energy becomes stagnant, I feel. But when you express them, something shifts internally. Confidence grows, purpose becomes clearer, and emotional well-being strengthens. So sharing your gifts is not only about others. It's also about your own healing, because expression is a form of emotional release and self-actualization. So you're not here to shrink. You're here to contribute, to expand, and to uplift life through your presence. Now, I've been through situations where I feel like, I want to turn into a little person and just hide in a corner, because we would have gone through many, many challenges in life. But, the most important thing is to be able to come out of it and be able to realign your strength and your inner power and get back on track again. So I think this is very, very important. Here are some of the values I use, to share with others. So compassion. I just try my best to be as compassionate as possible. Just be kind-hearted and understanding to all. Sometimes, you think to yourself that why is this person behaving in this way? But don't forget, everybody has different experiences of life. They may not have the loving family that you have. They may be going through tough struggles in life. So you just be a bit more compassionate and understanding. Also, discipline. Oh, this is a very hard one, but it's a very important one. Discipline is so important. It builds focus in your life, and it allows you to choose actions that serve growth. So, things, for example, do your 10-minute yoga every day, or that's also helps you to grow. Also builds focus that, every morning I'm going to do this for 10 minutes. It's discipline. The discipline is what creates you as a personality, as a character. So discipline, I think, is really important, and use it to also serve others. Freedom, liberate yourself and others from limitation. Freedom is the best thing you can give people. Let them be free to be who they are. Let them be free to express themselves with who they want to be. At the same time, of course, you should also be free to be able to express yourself. So liberate yourself and others as well from limitation. So now we come to unity, which is our last wonderful slide. So unity is very much about embracing all humanity as one family. Whether you come from a Christian background, a Hindu background, a Sikh background, or a Jewish background, it doesn't matter. Every person out there, every family member out there in this world is a family member. So just see humanity as one family. We all are human beings. We have maybe different ideas, different customs, different religious beliefs, different languages. We may look different because of our skin color, but inside we're all the same. So I would say that do try your best to know that you're connected to everything in this world, everybody. So let's see what our closing message is here. Well, I think with our closing message, I'd just like to share actually, as we come to the end of this journey, I think it's wonderful to take a moment to absorb what has been shared so far. Everything we've explored today is not separate. It's all interconnected. Life mastery, virtues, personality, spirituality, divine qualities, and your unique gifts, all of these come together to form one truth. When you live in alignment with who you truly are, life becomes lighter, clearer, and more meaningful. So you do not actually need to become someone new. You simply need to return to becoming yourself with awareness, with kindness, and with intention. So as you move forward, just ask yourself, what can I soften within myself? What can I strengthen in my daily life? And how can I choose peace more often in my daily life? Transformation does not happen in one moment. It happens in repeated moments. Repeated moments of awareness, making the right choices, and self-respect as well. So I just wanted to finish off by saying thank you for being here, for being open, and for choosing to invest in your own well-being. And may you leave this space feeling more grounded, more peaceful, and more connected, especially to your own inner light and your inner power that you have. And may that light also guide everything you do moving forward. So for that, I'd like to say best wishes for your wonderful journey into wellness. And I hope you've enjoyed this little presentation. Sorry I haven't been in the right place today. I've been traveling a bit, but I just wanted to share this 24 master keys with yourselves and to with my whole Healing Our Earth family out there. So enjoy the day, and to the rest of our hosts out there, thank you very much for inviting me here to be part of this fantastic global wellness episode. A global namaste to everyone.
Marita, wonderful presentation by Honey, our resident host, and
Yeah, wonderful presentation, honey.
yeah, and it's time now to welcome another dynamic lady. And shall we introduce her? And let's welcome Sushma Banot.
Yeah. Global namaste.
Global namaste to everyone. And
So I'm glad to welcome Sushma Bhanot. She is MBE, MR Pharmacist, RS Diploma in Ayurveda, and is a co-director of Cool Herbals, the UK's leading Ayurvedic company. She is a pharmacist, Ayurvedic consultant, homeopath, lecturer, author, and a philanthropist dedicated to empowering women through education and training in health and beauty. Promoting financial independence, Sushma has authored 2 books on Ayurveda therapies, Slimmer in 1 hour, Slim Forever. I think it's a must read. And Secrets of How to Do Ayurvedic Massages, which is very popular among many therapists. So that's really good and great to know about it. I wasn't knowing. So, a very warm welcome to you for today's episode, Self Care and Self Love. And I think self care and self love is very closely connected to you, Sushmaji, because you share with people the tips of self-care through Ayurveda, through holistic healing, as well as well-being and wellness. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Namaste everyone, Global Namaste. And it's such a pleasure to be among such dynamic people once again. Thank you, Amritaji, for your lovely welcome and to the whole team. I was listening closely to the previous speakers, and I'm absolutely fascinated by the different concepts of self-care. So I would like to give you, to start off, I would like to give you my personal take on it, really, on my personal, what I feel is self-care and self-love. And this is quite personal because everybody will have a different definition of self-care and self-love. As we heard earlier, for some people, it's the outward appearance and the outward, how they look, how they feel. And for me, it's kind of more internal, as Haniji was saying just now. So it means that and this is what I'll be talking about a little bit more in detail. For me, it's more about protecting my mental health. And that's what self-care and self-love means to me. And I'll tell you a little bit about that and some of the tips that you can implement or tell people around you. Also, protecting my boundaries. How do we form an invisible kind of shield around ourselves so that we are not affected by external factors so much? So it's about knowing where those boundaries are, which is very often difficult to know, and it's often by experience. Again, for me, sleep is self-care. If we don't sleep, we absolutely are really not good for very much, and we cannot function, we cannot speak, we cannot give love back, basically. So make that a top priority. And we're not very good at it because we always find some distraction, and I'm a culprit of that, whether it's reading for too long or looking at social media or just catching up. It's not good if you're not making the time. Also, my self-care and self-love is making time for myself. And this doesn't mean that you have to give yourself a full day, give yourself a lot of time. It doesn't mean going on holiday. All it means is doing something that is important to you for a few minutes. So try to even give yourself 5 minutes, and that will give you a wonderful sense of love that you've done something for yourself. It could only be having a nice cup of coffee on your own. And it might be just walking in some nature reserve or nature park. So that's all I'm saying. That is a form of self-love and self-care. And also, I would like to say, try to make time for spirituality in your life. And this platform, the Healing Our Earth, is amazing in doing that. So in your daily life, whether it's just holding your hands together in gratitude, or praying, or just listening to a lovely inspiring song, or 5 minutes just to do a mantra, some words that help you, that is a form of self-love and self-care. Also, finally, I would say that self-love and self-care is learning to say no. a lot of us find it very difficult to say no to anything, whether it's to help someone, whether it's to do an extra job, whether it's for the children. I'm not saying you say refuse things, but really try to consider what it will mean for you and for your well-being if you don't say no. And also, I would say it's very important, part of self-love and self-care is to be vulnerable. A lot of us are very, we are scared of showing our vulnerability. But it's only when we do that that people can start to care for you. And there was a very good example of that recently when I lost 2 members of my family in the last 6 months. It was only when I was opened up to people about how I felt that they were able to give me words of support and comfort. So don't be afraid of being vulnerable. So those are just some of my personal things that I would say are to do with self-love and self-care. Now, what I would like to focus today on mental well-being, as Amritaji said, that is something very important to me. So, you know, Ayurveda, as many of you know, has many answers for mental well-being. It's not just for the physical complaints of pain, inflammation, digestive problems, but it can help very much so in mental well-being. Now, some very cold facts. 1 in 6 adults will actually experience a common mental health problem, such as anxiety or depression. And 27% of individuals in the UK experience some kind of mental distress. And we're not, the public, a high proportion of the public are not receiving they haven't got access to mental health services. So that's what we need to do moving forwards. And because I'd just like to say Asians in particular are a little bit more vulnerable to these things because there is some stigma attached and they don't really always report if they're struggling or if a member of their family is suffering. So something that we need to, something I'm working on now actually to try to reduce some of that stigma. We also have the cultural barriers. It's only now we've got the tip of the iceberg where we are actually managing to even mention it. So we do need to do a lot of work on breaking down these cultural barriers. And there are also higher rates between Asian people, higher rates of mental illness such as depression and anxiety, particularly females. And again, that's something I'm working on at the moment. And it's important to be able to recognize the symptoms of mental illness. Just to reel some off. Maybe faster breathing. People may experience irregular heartbeat. They may have hot flushes that are not related to menopause. There's nausea, maybe loss of appetite. If somebody's not eating, they don't want to eat, try to dig a little bit deeper about what is actually going on. Increased worry, unnatural worrying about everything, feeling emotional all the time, and not being able to forget bad experiences. They may not be sleeping, and they may just be acting a little bit out of the ordinary. They may stop the self-care that we're talking about. They may not look after themselves. And they actually feel they cannot enjoy life anymore. They're not getting excited about something. Those are just some of the things that you could look out for in the people you are surrounded with. So Ayurvedic self-care, what does it mean for mental well-being? So we need to balance the mind, manas, by cultivating clarity, sattva, regulating energy, and reducing stress through daily routines, dinacharya. Some of these have been mentioned already when we were talking about health of the hair. So we're detoxifying the body basically. So the morning routine could consist of the tongue scraping, warm water, neem mouthwash, and the abhyanga, which is the daily self massage with sesame oil. And just 5 minutes of meditation. It's just focusing or just mindfulness. Gentle yoga. We're not saying do some complex exercises, just simple, perhaps stretches, perhaps your deep breathing, pranayama, and that will help significantly to start the day off well, and you have more chance with your mental well-being. So you might wake up early, scrape the tongue, remove the toxins, drink warm water, use herbal oils to nourish your body. When you nourish your body, as we spoke about when we touch our skin or massage the skin, we're actually nourishing our nervous system as well. So we can reduce anxiety and ground ourselves. Have consistency in your life. One of the main culprits, or one of, not the main, but one of the culprits for mental health issues is not having order in your life, not having consistency, not knowing what's happening next. So try to have a routine in your life, waking, sleeping, and eating. So we would like to incorporate some pranayama into our lives, which is the deep breathing. It may just be a few rounds of deep breathing, or you could do more breath work. You can ask me about how we pause the breath and then breathe again, or how long we hold the breath for. Spend time with nature. I think that's becoming really apparent now, how our external surroundings, the beautiful ones like nature, trees, flowers, how they can really ground our energy and nourish our mind and help us see things differently. We must have a sattvic diet. What do we mean? Nutritious foods. Think very carefully, what are you actually putting in your mouth? Which means you do have to be organized, otherwise you will eat the first thing that you see. Consume fresh, whole, nutritious foods. Things that are easy to digest. Khichdi, brown rice is healthier, may not be as easy to digest. Warm, cooked meals. Ayurveda always promotes warmth and home cooked food where possible. The vegetables and fruits that are in season. We're very fortunate to have fruits and vegetables available at our fingertips throughout the year. But it's always better, according to Ayurveda, to have what's in season. To promote mental clarity and calmness. Of course, we all try to avoid processed food, limit caffeine. You can still have your caffeine. See what would happen if you try to reduce it somewhat. There are lots of herbs available in order for us to adapt to stress, to reduce anxiety, calm our mind. Ashwagandha, Brahmi, to name two. Have a nice ritual when you go to sleep. Look after yourself. Have a routine of self-care. Might be a bath, might be just closing your eyes, it might be reading something soothing. have a ritual for your sound sleep. Of course, we know about the digital dangers at the moment, so limit that where possible before bed. And sleep hygiene, we may have spoken about, is to do with our sleep routine. A nice, cool room. There is actually an optimum temperature if you want to have a good sleep. I think it's around 20 or 22. A dark, cool, quiet room. You might want to have a foot bath or just massage some cream onto your feet. And you'll be surprised what a difference that makes in giving you a better sleep. Practice gratitude. Be thankful for even the smallest things. You might have had a day that's been particularly not good for whatever reason, but think about what actually went well. There are certain therapies, if you would like to have a professional treatment, things like Shirodhara, where we focus on the third eye and we have a steady stream of warm oil that's focused on the marma point there. And there's actually research that's been done to show that this treatment, which is also known as the king of treatments in Ayurveda, a 30-minute session has been shown to lower the heart rate, and by way of scans is induced alpha brainwaves, which is a similar effect to meditation. We may want to do the nasya, where we instill ghee into the nasal passages, and this helps to lubricate cranial nerves and clear emotional tension. Panchakarma is a system of treatments where there's a range of 5 treatments that help to promote detoxification and calmness in the body. So you could go to a professional who is an expert in doing that and ask for a treatment for that. And that in itself could be very beneficial in reducing some mental health problems. Here we're actually removing the toxins from the body, and that's also been found to enhance the mood. Again, personally speaking, I find affirmations, if I've got a particularly difficult day, I say things to myself to help me get through the day. And you'll be surprised how that affirmation sticks with you throughout the day. And you suddenly find the day that you were dreading, maybe you've got a lot of appointments, maybe you've got a meeting you particularly don't want to be in, maybe you've got a big workload, maybe you've just got a big gathering, and you can feel apprehensive about all of those things and how are you going to actually cope. So these affirmations, which is things that you say to yourself, can be very beneficial. So at work, these are some of the things you could say to yourself to help manage work stress, confidence, and set those boundaries that I spoke about. I'll start with, I'm doing my best, and that's enough. I cannot be perfect, and I don't need to be. I am in control of my reactions. By asking for help, I'm not being weak, but that's actually a form of strength. I'm allowed to say no to protect my energy. My voice matters too, so don't be afraid to say things. I will leave work-related stress at work and enjoy my personal time. I can address any tension or miscommunication with clarity, not aggressiveness or avoidance. Don't avoid, in other words, difficult situations. but go in with a calmness and a sense of winning. At home, what can you say? What are the mental affirmations you could say? My home is my peaceful sanctuary. I am allowed to rest, and rest is not failure. I deserve time to myself. You don't have to earn it. I am worthy of love and respect. I don't need to control everything. I am gentle with myself as I navigate challenges and hurdles. Another herb, just to finish, another herb that I find is very useful, and you could incorporate this into your routine, it is actually turmeric. And in Ayurveda, when we say we have these energies, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, it helps to balance, turmeric helps to balance all these three energies, the doshas. And nowadays it's being recognized for all sorts of things, medically speaking as well. And various medical papers have been written and are being written on it. So I find just a simple mixture, which you may have heard of, is promoted as golden milk. So in hot milk, you would put in turmeric, black pepper, ghee, and honey. That's what we call golden milk. And it can help to calm and soothe the mind in the evenings, or whenever you feel under tension, just make some of this. These are some of the homely remedies that you can use. And so that's something, just a useful tip. If somebody's feeling particularly stressed, they're going through a big project, you can make them golden milk and find that that will be quite beneficial. So that is my my few words, if you like, on self-love and self-care, especially for our mental well-being. So thank you, Neilji, and the team for the opportunity.
Sushma, what a wonderful soul you are. And for those people who don't know Sushma Banat, an MBE, which is a member of the Order of the British Empire, just like her husband. And she told the hubby, if you can do it, I can do it too. So women empowerment, and she is a co-founder of Cool Herbals. Just go to coolherbals.co.uk and you will see vast arrays of herbal and Ayurveda product. Sushma, you are lucky because not only are you a pharmacist, you also have knowledge in Ayurveda and homeopathy.
Yes.
So makes you an Ayush expert. So it's so wonderful. And Amrita, if you now have her number, keep in touch with her. She could be very good for SATA as well, since she can bring a bit of scientific knowledge to the other alternative Indian Vedas and Indian knowledge system. So that'll be very useful. Shushma, wonderful presentation, nicely done. And maybe in some of the women episode, you are back again, and wonderful to have you. Kailash, your comment, you heard her.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sushmaji. That was very, very, very inspiring and uplifting. Lots of tips you've given us today, and I hope that you've got there somewhere in the book somewhere that we could have access to, because it's complementary what Honeyji said and what Sarah said earlier. It's all coming together holistically, and so much there to take in. And I love the way that both you and Honey talk about the spirituality as well. So it's so important, and it plays a big part in my life as well. And I think, more often than not, people don't have the consistency or discipline in their life. And that's something that I'm going to take away as well. Those small steps, and I've started doing those, and it becomes, slowly becomes habit, it becomes part of your routine. So I think, that disciplines are absolutely crucial. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us.
Thank you, Kailash, from one MBU to another MBE. So it's your beautiful Amrita. women empowerment. We have had so many women bringing self-love and self-care, but we are going to break the ice and we're going to bring another man who is regular producer here at Healing Our Earth. Shortly, he is going to self-care, self-love for organ donation as well, what he loves. But Amrita, your comment on what Sushma shared and gave the tips of.
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. Sushma ji, that was nice actually hearing you in different aspects that you share through Ayurveda. It's really nice taking up the tips and very profoundly the simplicity of explaining things and giving it to people so that people can understand. It's really nice. So I'll be connecting you personally as well to take your guidance as well as connecting with you very well. So thank you so much for joining. And it's time to move from UK to India, where we have our regular contributor as well as our episode producer of organ donation, as we have Rotarian Lal Goel ji. Global Namaste to you. Very good evening. Rotarian Lal Goel ji is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and Gyan. And today, he's uniting for good and inspiring people about self-care, self-love, and saving their lives through organ donation as a gift. So you have been profoundly working on this and very versatile and also empowering people to understand how precious our lives and others' lives are. So who other than you can talk better on that? I leave you for your message as well as the guests who will be joining up. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and global namaste, Neil Kumar ji and Amrita ji and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. And a very warm welcome to all of you joining us from across the country and around the world. Today's theme is simple, yet deeply powerful. Self-care, self-love, save lives, the gift of organ donation. We often think of self-care as something we do for ourselves, our health, our peace, and our well-being. But true self-love goes beyond the self. It expands into compassion, into humanity. And its highest, it becomes one extraordinary act, the decision to save lives through organ donation. When you register as an organ donor, you are not just making a choice, you are creating a legacy. One donor can save up to 9 lives, 9 families, 9 futures. In India, thousands still wait for a second chance that never comes in time. The gap is not of medicine, but of awareness and decision. Today, I invite you not just to listen, but to act. Speak to your family, share the message, take the pledge. Because self-care is not only about saving yourself. True self-love is about saving others. Let's begin. And now, let us understand how this one selfless decision, the gift of organ donation, has the power to turn loss into life. We are not God, but God has given us power to save up to 9 lives and improve up to 75 lives. And I am again thankful to Mr. Neil Kumar for first time giving me as a solo to talk about organ donation. Otherwise, I always have guests who are speaking and I will just moderating the program. Why I am saying why it is so important? The reason is very clear that in India, which, as you know, that's a highly populated country in the world, today the problem is people are dying for want of organ. The shortage is not because of organs, because the organs are not available. Why they are not available? There are many reasons. But first of all, we have to understand few things, basic things, then I will come to that aspect. First thing is why it is so important. Because in India, more than 5 lakhs people are dying every year, which works out to be every minute one person is dying. So as we know that the healing of Earth total program span is about 5 hours, it means 300 people will not be there in India during this program only. While in UK, the figure says in 2024, 422 people died in whole 1 year. Now you can very well say UK is a small country population-wise. Yes, 20 times less populated. Multiply 20 with 422. It is not even 10,000 in a year. While in India, more than 5 lakhs. And that figure is also not correct, which I will explain you afterwards. Now, why? But before that, there are two types of organ donation. One is a living donation, and another is a brain death. Living donation is when a family member donates his or her organ to another family member, which is allowed in India. And the brain death is when a person declares brain death, his organs can be retrieved and can be given or donated to save the lives of several people, depending on the condition of organs, but up to 9 people can be saved. Now, as earlier I said that the time limitation is there, so I will explain today about why it is so in India. While we term ourselves that we are the descendant of Karn, Danveer Karn, so why it is happening? There are 4 major things according to me. First reason is awareness. As per one survey done in India, it was found that 84% of the population has not even heard the name of organ donation. And out of 16%, 9% were those who either themselves suffered or their family member or friends suffered. And 7% where the awareness has been created by the NGOs like Rotary and other NGOs or the government. So that is one of the major blocks in India. That's why awareness is required. Why I am talking, people can ask why you are addressing the global. Because we know that healing our earth, people across the world, they are not talking of only their region or the country. They are worried about the entire earth. And India is also on that. And Indian condition as far as organ shortage is the worst. That's why it is a very alarming situation. Second reason is the infrastructure. As per NATO, National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, a organization set up by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Government of India. According to NATO, only 15 or 16% district headquarters have the facility to retrieve the organs. Forget about the transplant. It means the 84 or 85% of the district headquarters doesn't have these facilities. So you can imagine those cities, people are dying because there are no facilities. Or in other words, the organs which are available are going waste. So in both the ways, ultimately the people are suffering. So this is the second major reason. And the third major reason is the cost factor. In India, as per the 2025 report of NATO, about 800 institutions, medical institutions are doing organ transplants, out of which 15% belongs to the government. Now, it means about 120. The rest belongs to the private. And in government, as per my own experience of last 10 years, very few are doing all transplants except All India Institute in Delhi and other places. Otherwise, everyone is doing either kidney or liver or both, while all other organs are being transplanted in private sector. Now, what is the situation? Situation is a private hospital in Mumbai is charging 10 lakhs rupees for a kidney transplant. For a liver transplant, it goes to up to 25 lakhs of rupees. For heart, it goes up to 50 lakhs of rupees. And lungs goes to 1 crore rupees. Now, situation is so bad. And unfortunately, in India, the insurance company, till about 2 to 3 years back, they were not giving any compensation. or insured in this amount. But after so much hue and cry from NGOs like us, they have now started giving out a lakh of rupees, which is a peanut. And over and above, the patient has to take, who is receiving the organs, from 10,000 to 25,000 rupees medicine per month lifelong. So from where? Forget about below poverty line, forget about poor or middle class, lower middle class, I can say even upper middle class or rich class can't afford to pay 1 crore rupees. Only the super rich people can afford. So this is one of the major factor. But I must give credit to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, that one of my program, which I was conducting during the pandemic media conference with Lal Goya, the limit of Ayushman was 5 lakhs. But one of my guest speaker, Dr. C.V. Anand Bose IAS, who was at that time the chief advisor to the government of India for labor, and after that he became the West Bengal governor till 2 months back. So he told me that Ayushman Bharat, we are offering 5 lakhs rupees. And I said this 5 lakhs rupees is not going to serve any purpose because the minimum is about 10 lakhs of rupees. And he asked me how much you think. I said at least 20 to 25 lakhs rupees. He said, can you send me the clipping of only this talk of us? So about 4 or 5 minutes clipping I sent to him, which he forwarded to our Honorable Prime Minister. And I'm very happy to inform all of you that our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has increased only for organ transplant this limit under Ayushman Bharat from 5 lakhs to 15 lakhs of rupees, which means it is covering almost the liver and kidney transplant. But unfortunately, the health is a state subject, not the center subject. And that's why many states have not followed it. Even Maharashtra, it took me about 1.5 years to pursue here. And again, I am very happy to announce that on 4th of November last year, that is 2025, I got a call. And when I went to the Ayushman Bharat headquarters here, they says, Mr. Goyal, because of your efforts, our Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, has increased now limit from 5 lakhs to 20 lakhs, 2 lakhs of rupees for all those who are the domicile or residents of Maharashtra. Now, this is something, but it's still miles to go. So this is the third factor. And the fourth factor is the myths. There are 2 types of myths, cultural as well as the religion. Now, I will talk about culture. Culture myth is that if doctor comes to know that this patient can be declared brain death, they are unnecessarily declare brain death. It is not possible. There are laws, very clear laws. There are committees which examine the patient one time and again after a gap of 6 hours, again they check up. And so there is no nothing like that. So that is not correct. That is all wrong. Second, they say that if I donate my eye, cornea, or my kidney, in the next birth, I will be without kidney or without eye. That is also wrong. Because as the ladies knows who are listening this program or who are watching the program, that the women develops, few of the women develop problems in their uterus when they become 45 or 50 years. And the hysterectomy, which is a medical term to remove the uterus, take place. At that time, nobody asked whether I will be born without uterus. So this is also myth. Now comes to the religion point of view. Now in India, there are 5-6 major religions. First there are like Hindu, 80%, 15% Islam. Then in 5%, we have Christians, Sikhism, Jainism, and Buddhism. I will go from reverse side, Buddhism. Now Buddhism, we know a country which is very close to India, that is Sri Lanka. Now Sri Lanka is having a surplus of eye cornea, and they are exporting even to India and other countries. The reason is very clear. In Buddhism, it is written that if you donate your eye, you will attain the topmost position in Buddhism. It means Buddhism is not against organ donation. So religion is not a bar as far as Buddhism is concerned. Second, I comes to Jainism. My wife is a Jain, and all you know that husband has to listen to wife. And so I used to go with her to many of the Jain Mahamunis, and I found that they all promote organ donation. And the living example is that in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, where the Jain's population is more, people are very much proactive as far as organ donation is concerned. So it means Jainism is also not. Then we come to Sikhism. Now, Sikhism is very clear. Where there is a self, there is no God. And where there is a God, there is no self. And we have seen during the COVID time how the Sikhs were on the roads in Delhi and other places to offer the ventilators, the oxygen, the medicines, and the food without bothering of their life. And that's why the people in Punjab are very much motivated as far as organ donation is concerned. Then it means Sikhism is also not against. And then comes the Christianity. I have already given an example of UK and our Healing Our Earth, which is based in UK. They know that the majority of UK is Christians. So it means Christians are not against. And I will again give an example of Bible. In Bible, there is a book called Gospel of Mark, chapter 12, verse 31, where it is written, love thy neighbor as yourself. What it means? It means you love your neighbor as you are loving yourself. I was in London. I was discussing with one of a very senior person of organ donation there. And he asked me one question. He says, Mr. Goel, you are a Hindu? I said, yes. You are going to the temple? I said, yes. What you are asking from the God? I said, I always ask, as I'm an old person, that my old age should be peaceful, without any tension. My children must get more money, good health, and wealth. And my grandchildren also should study well. He said, have you ever asked for that your neighbor or your community should also get wealth, etc.? I said, never. This is the difference. In Christianity, when we go to church, we not only pray for ourselves, we pray for our community also. And we have seen in UK, as I have given, and other country, I can give the example of USA. In 2024, about 6,700 people lost their life. If you multiply, because the population of USA is 4 times less, if you multiply 4 with 6,700, it is not even 30,000. Same population. So that is also Christian majority. So it means Christianity is also not. Now there are 2 religions which are left, Islam and Hinduism. I will take Islam. Because Islam, WhatsApp University says, no Muslims want to donate. Islam is against organ donation. I said, no. And I will tell you, I went to Aligarh Muslim University on the 28th of February 2026. And for the first time in the history of Aligarh Muslim University in 150 years, that the organ donation awareness program was conducted, and I was the chief guest and keynote speaker there. And when I was going, I was advised my family members, my friends, and well-wishers not to talk about religion there. And I said, no, I will be talking. Let's see. And they will say that they can harm you. I said, no problem. I told them that, see, look, and I will tell you one more thing, that when I started my talk, there were 1/4 of the hall was full. And my talk was about 2 hours. And after 1 hour, the hall was full. And after that, they have to bring more chairs to accommodate. And majority was of ladies in hijab and burqas. And after 1 hour, they started crying. Tears were rolling. The reason was that they were told that Muslims, it is against their religion by their mullahs or maulvis, whosoever. And I told them it is wrong. I said, in Quran Sharif, chapter 5, verse 32, it is written that if you save one life, it is like you have saved the entire mankind. So where is it is against? When the Quran is saying like this. And then I gave a practical example of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the Islamic country everybody knows. the PMP, per million population organ donation in Saudi Arabia is 4 in 2023, while in 2023 in India, the PMP was 0.65. So how you say that Muslims are against or Islam is against? It is not Islam is against, it is some mullah or Maulvis who are giving wrong information. And that's why those ladies were crying, because they might have lost their husband or brother or father or son or daughter or mother for want of. So it means Islam is not. Now come to Hindus. And my very first question, wherever I talk, because this is it's not an interactive thing. So I asked one question to all the Hindus. I'm also Hindu. The first thing when we start a new work, which God we pray for first? And the answer comes, Lord Ganesha. So my reply is very clear. If you are a Hindu, if you believe in Lord Ganesha, then you have to believe in organ donation. Because we all know that his head was transplanted. And who did the transplant? Lord Shiva. It means Lord Shiva and Lord Ganesha believes in organ donation. So why we are against? But few of our Hindu friends says, we are Vaishnavas. We believe in Lord Vishnu, Lord Krishna, Lord Ram. My answer is very clear. Lord Krishna, who was born in Mathura, and fortunately for me, I was also born and brought up in Mathura. Lord Krishna in Gita, in chapter 2, verse 22, he says that as the body discards the old clothes, soul also discard the old body. So I asked the people when I addressed the meeting, what you are doing with your old clothes? Are you burning them or burying them? And the answer comes very clearly, neither burning nor burying. Then what you are doing? You are donating to whom? To needy persons. It means when you donate your old clothes to needy person, and Lord Krishna says, body discard the old clothes. Similarly, like soul discard the old body. So why you are burning them? Or in few cases in South, burying them. Even Hindus buries in South. Why? Either you are not a believer or you are not a Vaishnava. Believe him. Few people say, no, we believe in Lord Ram. Okay. The entire Ramayana is based on what? It is based that Lord Rama has followed his father Vachan. His father said, I have given promise to your stepmother that you will go to exile and Bharat will become the king. But when everybody prayed Lord Ram, even Bharat said, please, I am saying I am surrendering. What Lord Ram said? I believe in my father's word as truth. Now, many people are filling the forms here. But because we have an opt-in system here in India, where the decision is with the family, we are not following what our parents, what our siblings, what our children have mentioned in the pledge form. So it means Lord Rama is also, we have to follow this. So where is the question that Hindus are against? So no religion, please mind it. I still have 8 minutes, 5 minutes late and 3 minutes more. So no religion, please mind it, is against organ donation. So why? Because so-called Pandits, so-called Dharm Thekedars, they criticize organ donation. I will not name them. Very popular. But we should not go to them. We should understand that we have religion books of all religions, whether it is Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, or Buddhism or Jainism. They all go for organ donation. And that's why it is very important. And again, I will repeat, we are not God, but God has given us power to give new life up to 9%. We can go to temple, church, mosque, gurudwara, donate money. Can we save life? Can we give a new life? Even doctors fails to give new life if the heart fails, if the kidney fails, if the liver fails. So why we are not following this? And that is my appeal to all of you and who are having relatives in India. Please ask them to fill up the form, but first talk to your family, because there is an opt-in system in India. When a person declare brain death, then only the organs can be taken. And once you are brain dead, you are unconscious, your family has to take a decision. UK on 20th May 2020 changed the system from opt-in to opt-out. And opt-out system is where once a person become adult, his or her organs become the property of the government or the state. And that's why I appeal to you all, talk to your family, those who are not staying in India, but they have relatives or friends in India, please tell them to pledge it. It's a very, very serious condition, and especially for youth, because there is a report in Economic Times about 4 or 5 months back that 20% of youth in Bangalore are now suffering with organs failure. So it's an alarming thing. My appeal to you all, again, I will give thanks that today's topic, although the topic is self-care, self-love, I added with the due permission from Mr. Neil Kumar, Save Lives, the gift of organ donation. Thank you very much. Again, Amrita ji, sorry, I have I am not taking time, 9:30 sharp, although 5 minutes I started late, but no problem. Any questions? I still have time for 5 minutes I can answer. Thank you very much. Global Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rotarian Lal Goyalji. Every time you give a spark to people and ignite the thought process that yes, the life is so precious and we must value it, but in the perspective is pretty different, and I think your voice will give an action of thought to the people to think about how important it is to save others' life as well through organ donation. So thank you so much. And I think this is a very beautiful way and a different way to of self-love and self-care, where you care for yourself so that you are able to give your organs to someone whom you love, you can be helpful to someone. Maybe someday you can save, I don't know how many lives. So that's a very beautiful thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's time to move from India to UK, where we have our dear Dr. Seema Shah. Dr. Seema Shah is a holistic professional whose passion for wellness stems from personal challenges, global exposure, and a relentless desire to empower others through the transformative power of nutrition, health coaching, mindset, yoga, meditation, and essential oils. So, Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to you. You are, in your own way, very fascinating because you talk about so many things, and your harmonious way to heal people and to give tips to people how they can stay healthy can also be very beneficial. Let's hear from you what you have for all of us. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Amritaji, and a global namaste to everyone. Thank you, Neil Kumar, and the rest of the team at Healing Our Earth. It is indeed an honor to be here today and share a glimpse of what I know. So hopefully it will impact at least one life, hopefully more today. So my topic today is about scent, especially essential oils to do with our self-care and self-love. Let us start with a few moments where we're just closing our eyes and taking in deep breaths. If you feel cold, you can put your hands on your heart. And as you breathe in, feel love for yourself as you are authentically. Each and every cell of your body feeling loved. Have a smile on your face with gratitude. And as you breathe out, letting go of any stress, any tension. And do this for 2 to 3 more breaths. With each breath in, feel radical love for yourself, bathing each and every cell of your body with the emotion of love. And as you breathe out, relaxing further. Now, with your next deep breath in, imagine a scent, maybe from your childhood, that makes you happy and joyous, or perhaps even a holiday that you've been to, something that you smell that transport you instantly to a different place or a different time. And how does that make you feel? So I want you to keep this thought in your mind as you slowly, with a smile on your face, open your eyes and think about, what does self-love mean? And why is self-care so important in cultivating self-love? Now let's think about, when we go on, say, an aeroplane, there's this safety announcements made. And when these announcements are made, one of them is, put your own oxygen mask first if there's an emergency before helping somebody else. Because if we feel low in oxygen or have collapsed, how are we in a position to help other people around us? And think about a device. We constantly charge our technological devices, but if we're running low in our own energy, in the batteries within us, so to speak, how can we give out the optimum that we can give out for our purpose and passion with this human being that we are? So with this, when we replenish ourselves with self-care as one of the tools, we can help to cultivate self-love, which then helps others around us, our planet, and generations to come. And scent is a really quick way of doing it, because it can transport us. For example, whenever I go to a place like Italy and I smell those oranges, which are seasonal on trees, it makes me feel very joyous, that Mediterranean sunshine, joyous kind of feeling in me. And perhaps for some of you, sandalwood and some scents like jasmine induce certain memories as well, from childhood, or some spiritual, or, just being somewhere, family memories. So scent works very quickly. It's linked to our root chakra. So the first sense to develop in our human experience. And that's why babies know where to tune in and where their mother's milk is, even if their eyes are not open when they're born, because it's the first sense to develop. It's for survival, and it works through our limbic system, which is our primitive brain stem. And it's a really quick system because it's to do with our survival, and it helps with emotions, behavior, memories. So that's why scent transports us. And when we can harness essential oils or natural scents for our health, well-being, self-care, they can be very potent gifts of nature for us. So today, I invite you to discover self-care not as luxury, but as a priority. Because when we enrich our lives, we can enrich everything and everyone around us at a different level than when we feel depleted. And essential oils are potent because of the way they are made. As an example, it takes lots of peppermint leaves to make 1 drop of peppermint oil. Same, orange and lemon oils are made by cold pressing the rind of those citrus fruits. So if we were to eat certain things, like have a peppermint tea, it wouldn't be as potent as, say, something with a peppermint, a natural good quality. ingestible peppermint oil base, for example, a throat lozenge or something like that. So they're very potent and need to be used with caution. When it comes to the essential oils, one breath can shift a lot. And there are various ways of using it. So one way is using it in products which are around the house to make the area smell nice. And one of the ways I like using it is a diffuser. So this is a diffuser. They come in various different sizes, shapes. And the idea is to put some water and a good quality essential oil in a diffuser so that once it's turned on, the smell spreads and the properties of that essential oils can be used. For self-care, I like to use, especially at nighttime in the diffuser, lavender essential oil. So how these essential oils work is they shift the mood quickly. Lavender helps to activate our parasympathetic nervous system, which is the relaxing part of our nervous system. Hence, I like to use this at nighttime with the lavender, and it helps me relax and feel calm and composed. On the other hand, if I wanted something to motivate me, to energize me, especially in the Northern Hemisphere in the winter, I tend to use during the daytime things like citrus oils like orange or even lemon or lime in my diffuser because it uplifts me straight away when I smell that, and it transports me to thinking about that holiday or that happy place, and it just makes me more productive. So that's one of the ways of using the essential oils. The citruses are especially uplifting. So they work with the parasympathetic nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, which is the opposite of the parasympathetic. And that's the activating part of our nervous system, makes us feel motivated, makes us feel like we can achieve our goals, and gets us past procrastination and into action. So that's what they're useful for. Especially useful as well for students studying is those the uplifting oils as well. Now, I want you to think about this. Scent is not just fragrance. It is frequency. It has memory because it can transport us straight away to things, and it can be used for our own healing and self-care. So practical uses of essential oils. I've talked about lavender, which is relaxing, and there are other relaxing ones. For you, it could be something else. Cedarwood is another nice one. We talked about the uplifted. So lemon, oranges, those are really uplifting. And then the grounding or spiritual ones when we want to get really grounded and composed as well. So things like frankincense, sandalwood, those are excellent. And in fact, a lot of incense sticks and natural fragrances used in spiritual places do have those essential oils or components of the wood or the resins with that. For our physical care, we can also use essential oils as a healing tool for our self-care. Peppermint is linked to the upliftment. It can help energize and focus. It also helps with digestion. So when we feel, say, sluggish or under the weather, for our self-care, we can think about peppermint. And it's commonly used in some preparations for colds, coughs, things like that. Even for headache remedies as well, peppermint is very often used for that. Eucalyptus is another beautiful one, which helps with breathing and clarity. Again, both of these can be used in the diffuser, and that helps to open up the sinuses and upliftment as well. One thing I personally like is to use essential oils in something called roll-ons. So they come in a little bottle, or you can prepare your own, but it's got like a little roll-on bit, and I put on pulse points like my wrist. And I love doing that because once I do that, that's like a natural fragrance.
unlike the synthetic fragrances, which have got a lot of toxic things in a lot of instances when they're synthetic, this also helps Mother Earth because we're not using anything which is toxic that's leaching out to Mother Earth as well. And lots of studies have been done where they have shown that in the human placenta, the toxins that are in the mother can get passed on. So also being conscious that when we use natural things for our own health and well-being, that is precipitating through us and via us, which means that our organs are less inundated with the toxic chemicals as well. And once I put the essential oil on my pulse points, depending on what it is. So the one I'm using today over here is the jasmine one. And for me, jasmine makes me feel really uplifted. So for myself, one of the self-care affirmations I love to use with this one is I love myself unconditionally. And how I do it is when I'm doing alternate nostril breathing, anulomilam, when I put it here, I can smell the essential oil. And as I'm doing the practice or any breathing practices like palms close to the nose, I use that affirmation in my head with the power of the essential oil, instantly shifting how I feel. So 3 things. One is breathing technique, and anulomilam, which is alternate nostril breathing, helps to stabilize and harmonize our parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. So it basically regulates our nervous system, bringing harmony. And essential oils, powerful tool to shift things alongside affirmations. So maybe if you're listening to this live and you got an essential or a scent near you, you can give that a try. If you're listening on a recording or later on, try this and see how this works for you. Because when we care for ourselves, we're not just caring for ourselves. It's impacting our families, our communities. It's impacting the globe as a whole, our planet, and generations. So using natural fragrances, heart-centered breathing, using affirmations, and these essential oils, and using it as a self-care tool, either to sleep better, even in a salt bath, for example. Lavender at the end of the day is an excellent essential oil to use to wind down. Eucalyptus is a great one to soothe tired muscles as well. And peppermint, a great one to open up the sinuses. So depending on what you need at that moment in time, you can tune into the properties of essential oils. But here's what to bear in mind. They are potent. So using a good quality essential oil, because if you're diffusing it, you don't want to be inhaling toxins. So it needs to be a pure, reputable essential oil that you're using for our physical and mental well-being. Also, we want to make sure that we're conscious for our planet. Some essential oils, is it causing deforestation to basically harvest that essential oil quantity that are needed? So especially the wooden ones, be conscious of where the sourcing is. Is it fair trade? Is it pure? And is it impacting Mother Earth negatively by encouraging deforestation, or is it done in an ethical way? That's something very important to bear in mind. And the other thing is, in terms of toxicity, we want to make sure that the essential oils we're using haven't got fillers, they've not got colorings, artificial things blended into them like scents, and they're pure. In terms of how we can help for future generations, I'm a mother. So I've taught my son to make a vision board, and he does that. And we go through that together with the essential oils that he tunes into. So before he goes to bed, there's a certain calming blend that he uses. And when he feels he needs to do his homework or feel motivated, there's another uplifting one that he uses with some citrus oils. And I've anchored the affirmations that are on his vision board alongside what he needs. And that's so important because modern education will teach a lot of academics, possibly sports and other dynamics. But when it comes to us regulating our nervous system and our own composure, little tools like that can impact the future generation as well. And when we are healthier, it's said we vote with our wallets. When we make these conscious choices, we impact generations to come. And that's why there's something very dear to me. It's for us as people, for the planet, being conscious of that, and for future generations. Because what we do today will not just impact us today, it will impact others around us, our planet, and future generations. So self-care is not selfish. Self-care is a priority. And when we prioritize ourselves, I choose to care for myself so I can be my vibrant best self to give out to others. People feel that energy. We all enter rooms where we can tune into people's energy and we feel, okay, this person is approachable, they feel very energetic. And then other people, we feel, oh, I feel drained. So we can tune into energy. And when we truly replenish ourselves, that emanates out to others. So thank you so much for having me and look after yourselves. You stay with yourself from your first breath to your last breath. Love yourselves unconditionally. Thank you.
Wonderful. So you love your essential oils, and I think a lot of people actually use it as long as they don't react to one. So play around, test around what works for you, and it's nice. What's your favorite? You like lavender. What's the one that you find that most of the people you talk to, on average, from different country, different age group, what's the most common favorite one?
I'd say lavender because it can be used right from newborn babies, and that's why it's used in a lot of baby products as well, all the way through. It's generally safe for most people. Some essentials like citrus, especially if there's an allergy, things like grapefruit, people on certain medications to do with hypertension or blood pressure can't use. So there's some contraindications with certain essential oils. Lavender general is safe. And if it's a pure grade lavender oil, sometimes it's also used for cuts and bruises and things like that as well. But it has to be pure enough to use topically on the skin. If unsure, diffusing is one way, but even with that, we're breathing in. So try and get the best, purest quality that you possibly can. So lavender, I'd say, is one of the most versatile oils that I hear people using the most, no matter where they are in the globe.
And of course, lavender flowers, they blossom in so many countries. Can you imagine having natural bloom of flowers just near your house by a window? Then you got the natural aroma. Amrita, you love essential oils as well. And what's your favorite? And how do you feel on the delivery of the self-care, self-love that Seema has shared with us?
Thank you, Dr. Seema. It was a very nice talk that you delivered because you talked about different aspects in different ways, and especially the connection of essential oils and our own self, as well as we'll be shortly having from Brahma Kumari Sister Jayanti ji, who will be again talking about self-care is not selfishness, and your connection with the same thing is really versatile. In fact, my favorite essential oils that I commonly use is a cedar oil because it has got immense beautiful properties. It's an aromatic tree, which is in the alpine and the hilly regions of Himalayas as well. And eucalyptus oil is also one of my favorites. I use them for a lot of cold, cough, allergies, issues with the children, where children are stuck with get solutions to these things. And I also use some incense as well as aromas for just fumigation as a type of Agnihotra. So thank you.
That's beautiful. And we've got Sudhir Sharan here as well. Our
Yes, Global Namaste, Professor Sudhir Sharanji.
senior
Global
panel.
Namaste.
Sudhir, what is your
Yes.
favorite essential oil?
Mine is a complex of three. So there is a base one, there is a medium one, and there is a top one. And you'll be very happy. Your self-love begins with exploring perfumes. The fragrances bring back memories. That's the first thing they do. And when you gain consciousness, you start attaching identities with fragrances. You know? And so the favorite ones keep on changing by season for me. Summer, I like something different. Winters, I like something different. Then when I am here in Bangalore, there are different fragrances which make me calm. And when I'm back there with my son, different natural fragrances make me calm. And Dr. Amritaji was saying, cedar. Well, pine is a very close relative. And amazing fragrance when it rains, not very hard. It just drizzles. And then if you're under a pine tree, oh, it's divine fragrance. So this is my answer to you about fragrances, Neil. They are our self-identity. They are our memories, treasured memories. Fragrances are also your connection with the supernatural. So, like we heard about Havan, then you see how many aromatic compounds are there, and when you perform that, then you are transported from mere physical to the spiritual domain. So all these things happen. And by the way, the brain structure is funny. Our olfactory thing has a special area in the brain. So that again is a very, sophisticated way of nature to tell smells are important, way beyond important, and it requires, not only a study, it requires a very enlightened teacher to tell you what the fragrances can do for you to make you love yourself and make you care for yourself. And there are some like music which can make you totally shielded from the harshest elements of life. We have no control on what kind of situation God will put us in. But then it is said, before God tests you, He gives you the strength to face the challenges given. Fragrances are one of those strengths God gives us to face adversities of life, at the same time celebrate the gifts of life. That fragrances for you, in my view, Neil. Hope
Beautiful.
I conveyed the essence to your
Beautiful.
question answer. Thank you for letting me say.
Wonderful that fragrance, actually, fragrance is surrounded throughout our life. The gardens are so beautiful. Isn't it amazing what we can learn from nature? The fashion industry loves about the fashion color from the garden, from the flowers. The combination of clothing is decided by how flower combinations are. You look at the Indian sari manufacturers, they actually study the combination that a flower produces. So the Rani color and the mustard color, which became so famous 34 years back in India, and it's still carrying on, it came from flowers. And flowers, again, comes fragrance. And in the part of coming for beauty, self-care, self-love, Dr. Seema mentioned that a child is very clever, even without opening eyes, can actually send the mother's fragrance. And it's very important that they do, because it's easy to recognize they've got compound eyes when they're very young. So I think fragrance is also very beautiful. I think sandalwood, we always use sandalwood in our ceremonies. Maybe because it emits good, beautiful fragrance, and way back 5, 6, 7, 10,000 years back, the gurus and the gods was using it. And I think that's how certain things come about. Seema, you like oils quite a bit and you've studied it. Which is the safest one that doesn't react to people?
So again, it depends on a lot of complex things. Like I said, lavender is one of the safer ones to use if unsure, but it also depends on the quality of the essential oil. Because any oil that is not of good quality can cause more harm to our organs. And also, essentials just isn't about our physical well-being. It's linked to our emotions, it's linked to our mindset, and even our spiritual things. So that's why, like you were mentioning, sandalwood is used in a lot of spiritual practices, as is frankincense, cedarwood in some, Palo Santo in South America. So different countries have got different aspects of the spiritual aspects of essential oils as well. Main thing is knowing they're potent, using good quality, ideally sourced well, so fair trade, things that are avoiding harm to our planet, so avoiding deforestation and other issues as well, and knowing how it impacts us, because it's not just going to impact our physical well-being, it's going to have multidimensional impact to us. So safe, lavender is known as one of the safer ones, but for each person, and I totally agree what was said, I go through the seasons of needing, wanting, and resonating with different essential oils depending on what I need. Sometimes I need to have the uplifting ones. Sometimes I need the relaxing ones. What I tune into winter can be the heavier wooden oils. In the summer, it's more the joyous citrus oils. So it really depends on what I need for the purpose for that moment in time.
Go seasonal, go safe, and Seema, it's a correct time now to go to our spiritual fragrance, a wonderful soul who emits so much personality and fragrance. Amrita, let's welcome our one and only Sister Jayanti.
Global Namaste and Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti.
Global Namaste to each and everyone. And yes, it's lovely to be with you again.
Thank you for being there. For all our viewers, Sister Jayanti, let's welcome her. She has been with us ever since the inception of Healing Our Earth. She is a spiritual teacher, much sought after international public speaker, author, and a visionary leader guided by spiritual values and principles. She's also an additional administrative head of Brahmakumaris, embodies a unique blend of Eastern wisdom and Western education and culture, imparting the deepest spiritual truths with utmost clarity. A very warm welcome to you, and I'm looking forward to hear from you about self-care and self-love. Om Shanti.
Thank you. It's perhaps the most important subject for all of us at the moment, because generally speaking, we're good at caring for others, but not so very good at caring for ourselves. And sometimes we see it a little bit as being selfish, but no, it's not selfishness. It's rather just being sensible. If I'm sensible, then I know that if I care for myself, I'm also going to be able to care for others around me. I'll give you an example. If you ask people generally, what is it that's most important? Then they'll probably say, my work. And at work, probably the most important thing we would feel is the output, whatever it is I'm doing. What is the output? What are the tangible results of that? What is it that's measurable? We want the metrics. But the other thing that people might say is, well, my family. But I don't often hear anyone say, well, myself. And if you think about it further, you'll see how if I'm caring for myself, And I don't mean spending my time just in a luxury parlor or in a spa or anything like that. Each thing has its own place, and if that's what I want, that's fine. But that's not the priority. And caring for the self actually means caring for the inner being, which means the soul. Now, how do I care for the inner being? If I give myself a little bit of space, a little bit of time, then what am I doing in that time? What I'm doing is going on an inner journey. And when I go on that inner journey, I'm connecting with the rich treasures that I carry within myself. Most times we've been looking for those treasures outside. I want to go there because I want to have peace. I want to have a relationship with this one because I want love. If I do this, I'm going to be happy. If I buy this, that's going to make my day. Or if I eat this, that's the best thing I can do. But all of those things are very, very temporary. I eat something and maybe it's okay for now, but maybe later it's going to give me a stomach pain. But I might buy something and it's okay now, but maybe I drop it and it falls apart, it falls to pieces. If it's a new car I buy and somebody just slightly scratches it, well, bang goes its value. So everything that I want, if it's just through my physical senses, those are not the things that are going to really help me care for myself. Giving myself time means going on that inner journey, connecting with the original goodness and the core values that lie within. And not just going on the journey myself, but connecting with the divine. The light, the love of the divine works like the sunshine on the qualities that I carry that I've forgotten about. You know, when somebody says, what can I do to make myself happy? You don't often hear the answer or go inside and you find the happiness within. But that is the truth. A few moments in silence and I connect with the soul and I connect with the divine and all the treasures that I'm carrying that are eternal treasures that I'll be able to have with myself forever are expressed. And so this is the way to be able to really care. Because if I do this for myself every single day, I'm a much, much better person. And within my own family, I then have the capacity to be able to give and give and give. How much tolerance do you have with your children? This much? This much? This much? Well, maybe it depends on your mood and it depends on the time of day. But can I take so much love from the divine, so much compassion from the divine, that my heart opens up and I'm able to give compassion to all the people around me, not just my children, but my neighbors' children too, everyone around me, and not just children, adults also. And in that way, create relationships that are long-lasting, that are durable. Because today, so many relationships break up because of a lack of tolerance or because of too many demands and expectations. If I'm caring for myself, I keep myself full and content. So I don't need to go chasing here and there, wanting something from others. Most relationships end up breaking because both sides want. This one wants, the other one wants, and the thread breaks apart. But if one of those two can carry a reservoir of love, of happiness, of joy, then they can give, and they can take from above and allow it to move through them and reach others. And in that sense, there is really no limit whatsoever. I have a connection with the divine, and so I become a channel. And there's an endless source from which I'm drawing on. And so it's not just 10 times that I'm tolerant, But the 11th time, the 12th time, I don't count, but I'm able just simply to give. And I don't have expectations of others to give to me. I don't need it. I'm connected with the source. And so relationships becoming sweeter means that there's a much, much wonderful way of cooperating and working together and collaborating together. If I'm content inside and full within, then relationships at work also are much sweeter. It isn't competition, but collaboration. Your talents and my talents come together, and there's something else special that comes out of it. Not just 2 plus 2, but 2 multiplied by 2, and something new is able to emerge. And so you can see how there's this link, but the foundation of it is caring for myself. Then I'm able to care for my family. I'm able to care for my colleagues at work. And lo and behold, collaboration at work means that there's a lot more success and a lot more cooperation that makes things move much, much faster. And so it's a reality. Go within and you find the treasures, and that helps you on all levels within your own life. And what about love? Again, there's a statement that comes in the Bible that says, when you love yourself, you're able to love others. And it's the first commandment. How come we're not able to love others? We've forgotten that first part. Learn to love yourself. But what I'm seeing is that if I look in and I see defects, I see weaknesses, and these are the things that keep tripping me up in my day-to-day activity also, then things go wrong. But if I look inside and I see, yes, there are weaknesses here, but I connect with the one, and with the power that comes from the one, I'm able to rectify those weaknesses. I'm able to sort out my own inner faults. Then through that process, I begin to see how I can love myself. When I see positive change happening within me, and I see myself following my own inner core values, I can love myself. Here's an example. Every day I go to work, and every day I'm stretched beyond my capacity, not because there's too much work, but because I'm asked to fudge the truth. I'm asked to say things that I know are false. Whatever work it is I'm doing, I don't want to name a specific profession, but you know how the world is today. It's described as Kali Yuga, the Iron Age. And so at this time, whatever is going on, it's always a mixture, a little bit of falsehood, a little bit of truth. And so in that current state, I come home every night and I feel this heaviness and I don't like myself. Why? Because I've been going against my own conscience. But then I say, but what can I do? If I don't do this, I'm going to lose my job. If I really had that conviction that the path of truth is going to lead to victory, faith and truth are the treasures that are going to allow me to have victory and success in my life, then through that connection with the divine, I draw spiritual power, and with that power, I don't mind standing up for myself and saying, well, I believe this is the way to go. And if you feel that I can't do this at work, maybe it's time for me to look elsewhere. Without that inner power, I would never have that courage. But when I start following my conscience in my life, and I'm taking a very extreme example of work, but you know how in life sometimes it's more convenient to fib. It's not so easy to speak the truth. And I'm not talking about speaking the truth at the expense of somebody else's dignity. No, I'm talking about allowing the highest within myself to be expressed and emerge. And when I do that, then truly I can say, yes, I love myself. And the more I follow my inner core values in my life, the deeper the love that I feel for myself. And of course, when I feel that love for myself, it's easy to love others around me. If there's discontent and I don't love myself, then that's what I spread around me also. And so it's really, really simple to learn how to love the self and to know that that's not selfishness, but it's the way to keep myself whole, healthy. And in that wholesome attitude towards myself, then I know that relationships are also going to be built on that love and trust. I know then that whatever it is I do in my life will also be right. Should we have a few minutes in which we experiment with this idea? Yeah? Okay. So I hope you're sitting somewhere quietly, comfortably. If you're driving, then I'd say find the nearest place where you can pull up safely and just join us in this little experiment. You can keep your eyes open, but the important thing is to see what's going on in your mind. I focus my thoughts on the inner being, the soul, the being that I am. And in this awareness of my eternal form, my spiritual identity, I connect with the divine. And in the presence of the divine, from the ocean of love, I fill myself with that love. From the ocean of peace, the peace that is within me emerges. From the being of truth, the power of truth reaches me. I realize how valuable I am as a child of God. I realize how beautiful the soul truly is, and the goodness within shines and reveals what is going on within me. Each moment with my parent is filling me, recharging me. And these qualities also reach outside, so that the rays of peace, of love, of truth reach others around me. Holding this awareness, I come back to the physical dimension. And now I begin all the tasks that I'm involved with, but now feeling full and complete within. So I can do what I need to do without stress, without anxiety, but with a confidence of self-esteem, self-love, knowing that caring for myself is the first step towards being able to care for others. Om Shanti. Thank you to my dear brother Neil. Thank you to Amrita and all the others on the team. And a global namaste to each and everyone.
Shanti, thank you so much, sister, for this light. I think, and it reminds me of the favorite prayer that we had in the school. हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद की जय करें. I think that's the universal message that you have given through your words to everybody, how important it is to value oneself and see inside before we see the world outside. And if the myself within me is beautiful, I think the word is beautiful. And thank you for giving so much of wisdom through these words. And I can feel the aroma that Dr. Seema was talking about that you have shared. And the same aroma is on everybody's face. See, everybody's smiling and there's a peace on everyone's face. Isn't it, Dr. Seema? What a wonderful connection we had through Sister Jayanti when she shared about the aroma of this beautiful knowledge of self-love.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sister Jayanti, and to the whole Healing Our Earth community. Definitely the fragrance, mind, body, and soul starts with us. Self-care, self-love, and radical self-forgiveness in some instances to get there. So thank you so much.
All good wishes for this program as it continues. I'll take your leave now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Om Shanti. That was Sister Jayanti with us, and today's tips in relation to self-care, self-love, and how to build the inner being and recognize the inner being is so, so important. And I'm excited again to move to Israel with Rochelle because she is going to share something more exciting with us in terms of self-care, self-love, and for being oneself. So, Global Namaste, a very warm welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's always nice to be part. And I think that is one of the most, as women, I think that's one of the most, the hardest thing that we have to keep remembering is if you can't, you got to take care of yourself so you could take care of others. We're so quick as mothers to take care of the kids. And I keep telling everybody, if you're going to be sick, who's going to take care of the kids? So you gotta, that is like, that needs to be echoed into every single woman. You gotta find time to take care of yourself first, because you can't do everything you want to do if you're not going to take care of yourself.
I tell myself I can't afford to be sick.
Exactly.
The engine of the house.
We have to keep digging it in because we say it, but you know, it's a whole new, it's a practice. It's a lifelong practice. No, take care of, stop. I know you have 10,000 things to do. That's enough now. And talking about that today, we're going to jump straight in there. Today, I decided we're going to speak about sleeping because, well, first of all, hello, I am Rachel Wolf, and I'm a naturopath, and I treat mind, body, and soul. And we're going to be talking about how to get a better night's sleep. I know we all want to sleep. We all talk about sleeping. First thing we wake up in the morning is, oh my God, we didn't have a good night's sleep. We did have a good, everybody has a comment about their sleep. So my first question to everyone is, when did you last wake up feeling genuinely rested? Not just functional, but actually rested. And it's a question you need to ask yourself. For a lot of us, sleep is the thing that we sacrifice first and try and fix up later. We treat it like a luxury instead of what it really is. And sleep is the foundation that holds everything else together. If it's mood, immunity, hormones, digestion, emotional resilience, all of it runs on sleep. But for some reason, we don't make it a priority. So today, I'm going to share a tool that I work with that works directly on the nervous system to help you from the transition of alert and active state of a daily life into the calm, safe state your body needs in order to sleep. Lots of times we're so busy and on our phones and TV and all of that, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'm going to bed, and we switch it off and we wonder why we can't fall asleep. So yes, a lot with blue light and modern technology, but it's also calming the nervous system. So I work using EFT, which is emotional freedom technique, or tapping, if anybody knows it by that. And by the end of this talk, I hope you will have the tools that you can use tonight to try and get a little bit of a better night's sleep. So what's EFT? EFT is a gentle technique that combines two things. Focuses our awareness on how we're feeling, and light tapping on specific acupressure points on the face and upper body and hands. The tapping sends calming signals directly to the amygdala. And the amygdala is the brain's danger threat detection center. When we're lying in bed, unable to sleep, the amygdala is often running in the background, and he's scanning for danger, checking out. The amygdala is a very primitive part of the brain, and it doesn't know the difference between a tiger or tomorrow's to-do list. In its mind, in its sense, it's the same sort of fear. And it just knows alert, it's not safe, not yet, because we're going, and he has to stay on alert. And the tapping tells it, it says, it's okay, we're safe, we can rest now. So research has shown that EFT can significantly lower cortisol levels. That's the main stress hormone. And it activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest. So it takes us out of fight and flight and puts us down to sleepy, which is really fun. And that's exactly what the sleep requires. So you don't need to believe in it for it to work. You just actually need to do it. When we tap, the words we use are important. We don't want to sugarcoat it. We want to tell it how it is, with no judgment. We're not pretending everything is fine, because that's what we like to say. Everything's fine. We're all fine. Well, not in EFT. We say it how it is. We're naming what's the real meaning and meeting it with kindness. And that's what lowers the charge. So let's start tapping right now. If this is your first time tapping, or if you are a master tapper, it's all okay. Everyone's welcome. Just follow me and say what I say, repeat what I say. And feel free to change the words to ones that resonate with you. So if I say something and you're like, yeah, that's not it, just change the words in your mind or say them out loud in your own words that resonate with you. So I hope everybody's sitting. If you're standing, that's fine, but try and sit down, sit comfortably, allow yourself to settle down, check your jaw is not clenched and locked. Check your shoulders, bring them down from your ears. It's been a long day. Take a nice easy breath in. Whew. I just realized I had a really long day. And we're going to start tapping. So we're going to start on the karate chop. Now, it doesn't make a difference if you use your left hand, your right hand, you could change off. We're just going to start on the fleshy part of our hand, and we just start tapping, light taps. We don't have to cause any damage, just nice and gentle. And you repeat after me. Even though my mind won't stop, I deeply and completely accept myself. Even though I'm worried I won't sleep tonight, I deeply and completely accept myself. Even though my body is tired, but my brain is wide awake, I deeply and completely accept myself. I'm just going to keep using my left hand. We start at the eyebrow point. That's just at the beginning of the eyebrow, not the third eye, just at the beginning of the eyebrow. And you keep repeating after me. This busy mind, side of the eye, all these thoughts, under the eye, not ready to switch off yet, under the nose, all the things I'm still holding from today, on our chin. I don't know how to let it go, on your collarbone. And that's okay. I don't have to figure it out right now. Underarm, or like I call it, the bra strap area. It's late. My body knows how to sleep. Top of the head. I slept before, and I can sleep again. I'm going to do another round, back to the eyebrow. What if I allowed myself to rest? Side of the eye, even just a little. Under the eye. I'm choosing to let my nervous system slow down. Under the nose. My body is safe right now. On the chin. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Collarbone. The thoughts can wait until morning. Under the arm. I'm giving myself permission to sleep. Top of the head. Deep, peaceful sleep is available to me. And our last round, eyebrow, I'm safe. Side of the eye, I'm resting. Under the eye, my breath is slowing. Under the nose, my body is heavy and warm. Chin, I'm letting go. Collarbone, slowly. Under the arm, gently. Top of the head, I'm drifting towards sleep. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Take a second to notice what shifted, even slightly. Maybe a little bit more softness in the shoulders, a small drop in tension. That's your nervous system responding to the tapping. EFT works best when you practice regularly, not just in a crisis tool. And if you use it at night before bed, even just for 5 minutes, you start to build consistent cues for your nervous system. Tapping at night means sleep is coming. So a few practical tips is if you tap at night, tap in bed. Practical context matters. The physical context matters. So you want to link the practice to the location when it comes to sleep. Keep the phrases honest. When you noticed when we tapped at the beginning and I said, I completely accept myself. If I deeply and completely accept myself feels like a stretch and there's that little voice going, don't buy it, don't say it. So you could say instead, I'm open to accepting myself. And if that's even hard, which that's okay, just you could say, I acknowledge how I'm feeling. The honesty matters more than the words itself. And customize it. If what keeps you awake is pain or worry about a specific person or a replaying of a conversation, name that specifically. The more precise, the more effective EFT is. Sleep issues are rarely just about sleep. They're about unprocessed emotions, unfinished nervous system activity, the body not yet receiving the signal that the day is done. EFT speaks directly to that point. And you could start practicing tonight. So I wish everybody sweet dreams. And if those dreams take a little bit of time to get there, now you know what to do while you wait. And if anybody wants more information, you could contact me on Rachel Wolf with 2 O's .health on Instagram or Facebook. How's that?
Beautiful. Rachel, the beautiful part about you is that you're always happy-go-lucky, whatever time. Sometimes I ask you very late, how are you? And you're still positive. And you may be running into a shelter and protecting yourself, but you're always positive. And that's the beautiful part about life. Because self-care, self-love comes from within.
Yeah.
If you can care about yourself, if you can love yourself, then I think it's very easy to love others.
Yeah.
So tell me, do you think diet is very important to feel good?
Of course. I'm a naturopath. Of course, diet has everything to do with everything. When you want energy and you want to feel good and you want to feel vibrant and you're feeding your body dead, sluggish, processed foods, food colorings, preservatives, how do we expect our body to function if we're giving it junk? We call it junk. So if we're putting junk inside it, we expect ourselves to flourish is a little bit funny in my mind. I started off my day today, maybe that's the extra energy. Started off my day with a nice fresh juice this morning with celery, apple, ginger, lemon, and I like to call them weeds, but some herbs from my garden. And I throw it in my juicer. Then I had a cup of tea with, it was green tea with rooibos and saffron. And now I made myself another lovely cup of tea because I needed to get a little bit of a something has some saffron. I'm into my saffron these days, and cinnamon. I stay hydrated. I have my water bottle just in case because like sleep is my water bottle. Like sleep is the core, water is the core for well-being. You want things to move. I know I didn't catch his name, but somebody was talking about hair beforehand, and they were talking about hydrate, and that's all that it is. Water. Simple. If there's one thing you're going to change to get that extra energy, add water. Just drink. Good water.
Absolutely. Water, very important, anytime, all time, every time.
And don't underestimate the herbs.
Yes, the earth is so beautiful, isn't it? The sun, which is free, the air, which gives us oxygen, the water, which used to be in abundance, and now some countries don't have water.
Yeah.
All the free
or polluted water and whatever they're sticking in our water, but that's a whole nother topic.
And whatever is free from nature, we never maybe realize, we never respected. What if God starts charging us? He would become multi-trillionaire or even the word above that. And we should actually love nature. And now, Rachel, just before we move to Canada with Neha, again, she's going to rewire your mind because that's her specialty. And shortly we'll be going to Neha. As a woman, and you are here, and maybe Neha will start with that.
I am.
Lots of hormonal changes and everything. How do you take control of that and still keep positive? What tips can you give to those who are going to reach perimenopause, or they don't know they're about to reach perimenopause, and then
I'm there.
You are there. Hey, that's it. Yay. Amrita is laughing because she's enjoying the journey as well. And Neha is laughing.
I'm 48 years old. I'm there. I'm free.
You're there, you're free, yes. I think because people are asking on social media, what tips can you give to people who are either embarking on it or about to go and get into menopause? What tips can you and Amrita give? And then we move to Neha in Canada.
You know what I love when you said is, get control. And, I guide my clients through nutrition and hormone balance. And one of the things I could say after a while is just stop trying to control everything. Your body is changing, and it's such a natural occurrence. And in tribes, when a woman stops her period, she becomes the wise elder woman of the tribe, and she's put up a notch, and she is feared. And in our day, when a woman stops getting her period, we're like, well, your job's done. See ya, done with you. And we feel like we have to be that 20-year-old, and we have to be as fast as them and as good as them, and got the phone going. My kids still laugh at me. And sometimes you just have to say, I'm giving myself a promotion, and just to tell all the women, premenopause starts before you have any, you'll get the symptoms way earlier, before your period or the bleeding stops. So don't say, oh, everything's fine, I'm just a little bit moody or bloated or whatever it is. But it's not, it's all premenopause. But hey, we got a title, so we could use that. But my best thing is just stop trying to control. You will have to modify your nutrition to what your body needs right now. You don't need to eat like you were 20, and you don't need to eat when you were 30. You are now 40 or 50, sometimes even 60, and your body has different requirements. So it's not getting control, it's going with the flow of your body and learning to listen to your body and say, what's right for me right now? Nutrition, and there's some wonderful herbs that we could use for hot flashes, sleeplessness, EFT for sleeping. We have a whole earth full of things we could use before we jump to chemical HRT or anything we want to slap on for a quick fix, because it might be a quick fix now, but I'm convinced you pay for it later on. So I don't want to wait to find out. And I opt for, it is what it is. I have bags, I have wrinkles, and I have a turkey neck. And you know what? That's me. I have 3 kids, proud of every mark that they left, and proud of every night I stayed up with them, because I'm a mama. And a mama's not supposed to look like that. I'd be a little bit scared if I looked like I did when I was 20, but I'm a lot more outspoken than I am. So that comes with age as well. Embrace yourself and stop trying to compete. I could talk a lot.
Rachel,
Yeah.
as you are, you're still very pretty. So keep looking the way you are, be the way you are. And yes, next Sunday, don't forget, next Sunday is a Mother's Day. And
Yes.
you can tell us about how it feels to be a mother and what our mothers have done. And talking about our mothers and the generation well before us, the history shows they didn't talk too much about perimenopause. They never even maybe knew about it. So I wonder whether their diet and their mental state helped them faster to ease into it. It's not a subject we're going to discuss today, but Heather, keep on smiling and be safe there in
Always.
Israel.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you. Be around, and we'll
Thank
chat
you.
with
Thank
you
you. I
later.
really enjoyed your talk, and I look forward to see you the Mama's Day. Thank you. Keep cheering in the same way.
Thank you.
It's amazing. Neha, have you got any comment for Rachel before we come to you in a moment? You can unmute yourself, please.
Unmute. I'm missing the good parts.
Neha, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
So if you could join, maybe if you are using a Bluetooth or something. Neha, can you hear us? Neha, put your thumbs up if you can hear us.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
we can hear you now.
Yes.
We
No,
have.
Rachel, I think Rachel summarized it all very well. I just would like to add that women and a lot of people I work with, even men, we're very unaccepting of our bodies. And something that has changed in my journey and my understanding is our body is doing so much every single second to keep us alive. And we're always in the zone of, oh, I want to fix this, how I look, my energy, the weight, etc., etc. But what shifted for me is just this thought and idea of my body is doing so much to keep me alive. How can I support it?
And
What
Neha,
can
in
I
the
do
quest,
to support it?
Neha, in the quest of searching how I want to do and what I want to do, time flies, and then we find we don't have time left. So do things now. Don't think that you will shape up and you will take that suit out and you will wear that clothes. Get into it now and feel good. Neha, just before we introduce you, and Rachel, before you leave, Amrita, tell us what's happening in the next few episodes and why they are exciting. And let's commence with next Sunday.
Yeah, I'm excited to host the International Mother's Day, which will be broadcasted on 10th of May 2026. And the Mama's Day, I look forward to have everyone to talk about with their moms.
Pat on the back. We all get pats on the back.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Exactly, because we want to treat our mothers, but we want to also treat the mothers who have become mothers. Because when you give a birth, that's the time when a mother borns as well. Because when you give a child, when you born a child, then that's when you become a mother. So there's two births going on. So it's beautiful. And the heart of home, I think, is mother, who are our eternal beacon.
And then we have the mental health awareness episode, action for yourself, for someone else, and for all of us, which will be broadcasted on 17th of May 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. And then yoga and meditation for body, mind, and soul, which will be brought to you on 24th of May 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. And then for the children to joy and learn, Kids and Teens episode to educate, empower, and heal our earth, which will be broadcasted on 31st of May 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
And we want to bring the talented kids, including teenagers. And if you are a parent, how you can parent kids better, and more episodes are there. If you want to know more further, just go to visit our website, healingourearth.com, future sessions. And Rachel, keep on smiling, and let's go from Israel, India, UK, and now to Canada, where Neha Aurora is waiting for us. She plans to rewire our brain. So, Amrita, please introduce her.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. It was lovely to have you. Neha Arora is the founder of the Rewired, and a trauma-informed practitioner specializing in rapid transformational therapy, somatic work, and biology of trauma. She works at level of subconscious mind and nervous system to help individuals break from the deep-rooted patterns, creating space for lasting healing and transformations. And therefore, her work is grounded both as a professional expertise and personal experience, with a clear mission to help people move from the survival mode into the life rooted in safety, authenticity, and inner freedom. Most welcome, Neha.
Thank you, Amrita. Hello, everyone. And it's such a pleasure to be here. So thank you for having me. And Amrita, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction.
Thank you.
I'm Neha, and I work with the mind and body, helping people who seem to be all fine on the outside, but inside they're holding on to a lot and struggling. And honestly, I've been there too. I have been someone who've pushed through, even when I was tired, even when my body was saying no, even when something didn't feel right. I would just keep going. And for a long time, I thought, well, that's who I am. But about 2 years ago, I lost a family member. And for the first time, pushing through didn't work. And the interesting part is, I already knew what self-care was. I understood it, I'd practiced it. But for the first time, self-care for me meant creating space. So, for the first time, I created space. I created space from between me and what I was holding. And what I was holding was just not things that I had to do, but it was also emotions. The grief, the heaviness, and a few things that I couldn't even name at that time. So I canceled all my appointments. I blocked my calendar and I took time just to be. And something shifted for me in that moment. I felt the tension a little more less. The weight of all it being here was a little more less because I had just created space. There was less tension and less overwhelm. And the reason I'm sharing this with you all today is because that was the first time I realized that self-care isn't just about doing more. Sometimes it's about creating space. And that's the first time I did that for myself. And since then, I don't wait for something big to happen for me to create space. I do that every single day in my day-to-day. When things become too much, when I move on from one thing to another, I create space. And that could look like even for a few seconds. And what I notice with the work I do, with the people I work with, that we all carry a lot and we are holding on to a lot in our day-to-day lives. And it doesn't have to be grief, but there's stress, there's pressure, there are expectations, there are responsibilities. There are needs of other people who rely on us. And we carry all of that. We're holding on to all of that. But what if we could just create space between that and ourselves? So instead of talking about it, how about we try and create some space even right now? So I'd like to invite you to notice any tension, any stress, any discomfort in your body, and give it a number. From 0 to 10, 0 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. And that number doesn't have to make sense to anybody. It's just a number. Just notice and give it a number. You could write it down. You could make a mental note, whatever works for you. And once you have that, I invite you to bring your arms as close to the shoulder as you can. Think of a boulder in front of you, a rock. And it could be small or big, depending on whatever feels right for you. I want you to engage your muscles, and we're going to push that rock away. Very slowly, very gently. Whenever you're ready, take a breath in. And very gently push that away. And just feel the space that you've just created and drop your hands on the lap whenever you feel ready. And just let's pause here. And notice. Did anything shift for you? I see Rachel smile. Has that number changed? Not that it had to, but I'm just curious, did it? And I see Rachel's head nod here. And this is what we did. We just created a little space here between you and whatever that was. So I'm inviting you one more time to create a little more space. And if this feels right, we'll do this one more time. You bring your arms as close to the shoulder as you can. Get ready, engage your muscles. And we're going to push that boulder away. And now this is just an invitation. If you'd like to say the words, give me space, or I need space, you could shout it out loud. You're on mute if nobody's hearing. And if it doesn't feel right, that's okay too. So listen to yourself. If it feels right, shout it out loud, say it softly. And these are my words, so you could change it, whatever feels right for you. So hands as close to the shoulder as possible. Take a breath in. And gently, very slowly, push that boulder away. And once you have, I want you to look at the space that you've just created. Feel that space that you've just created. And then let your arms drop and just notice. Just notice what's happening in your body. And where is that number? How are we doing with that? Has that changed? And as I said, not that it has to, maybe it hasn't, and that's okay too. Just taking a pause and noticing. As I see some of you back on camera now. So, big smiles here. So what we did here was just creating space. And as I said, it doesn't have to be something big. It could be when you move on from one thing to another, a few seconds. Doing this is about creating space. And what I really want you to take away from this is when life feels too much, you don't have to wait for the perfect time to change everything. And self-care isn't just about adding one thing after another after another. Sometimes it's about creating space between you and what you're holding. And that is also a form of self-care and self-love. So today, maybe it's not about doing anything. Today, maybe it's about noticing, where do I need a little more space? And giving yourself the permission to take that. Thank you. And with this, I hand it over back to Amrita.
Thank you, Neha. In fact, talking about space and the beautiful way you have explained, let's hear from Rachel as well as Dr. Seema what they have to say. Rachel, what are your thoughts?
Well, my camera was on. I loved that. My shoulder, I was like, okay, there's my shoulders. I feel my shoulders. Don't know if the pain in the shoulders went down or the tightness, but you just feel a sense of, as weird as you say, it's just a sense of space of, I have the space to breathe. Like all of a sudden, okay, I could breathe. Like, it's weird because you're saying space doesn't have a feeling, but it really does. It's just really nice feeling of just, okay, you know, yeah, my shoulders are a little bit lower. Feels good. I like that. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. I love that. And you're right, you know, it does it not. So you notice that there was space to breathe.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't even take that.
Exactly.
So it's about creating that space. And it was so beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. When you say take a second, but take a second, a meaningful second, not like one just be there. And it, like you said, it doesn't take long, but it's just like pausing with intention. Maybe that's what it is. Pause with intention. Wow, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Dr. Seema, what are your thoughts?
Right. Thank you so much, Neha. For me, the key word that came through is boundaries. For self-care, self-love is all about boundaries, and letting go and saying no is just important as what we let into our lives. And no is also a complete sentence. No justification, nothing needed. That space that we sometimes need for our own nourishment to maintain our energy, profound. So thank you so much for that reminder.
Thank you so much, Dr. Seema. Thank you for sharing.
Neha, what are your tips for our viewers who want to bring the space in their life in this busy times? How can we prevent stress from being contagious? And how can we build that space a little more, despite of not being able to avoid the situations where we want to avoid them?
Thank you, Amrita. And that's a really important question. So the exercise that we just did was intentional. It was about how you create space. And that's a somatic exercise. So Rachel just said she felt that her shoulders were not as tight. She felt the sense of light, feeling light, and that she had more space to breathe. Because stress, for example, somatically impacts our body, right? Stress is a lot in our body. So when we're stressed, we're not breathing deeply, for instance, or we have tight jaws and shoulders, and there's so much bracing in the body. So there's so much tension. So just doing this exercise that we just did, and it took about a few seconds or minutes. It was not even, oh, you need to close your eyes and meditate. So my invitation to everybody who's watching this is to incorporate in your day-to-day. You can do it while you're at work on your desk. Sometimes people do it in the shower, right? I mean, you're taking shower, you have water running over your head. You could just do this exercise. You can do it while you're in your commute. So just incorporating it in your day when life feels too much. And you know that people say I'm carrying a lot on my shoulder, and that's literal because there's so much tension that gets carried away. And so stress is exactly like that. You know, there's so much bracing that happens in the body when we're stressed. So this helps give our bodies a message that it's okay for me to relax and take that space. And it reduces stress, even though we're not consciously working about stress and working on that. So the idea is to just create more space in your life. And as Dr. Seema said, and that space could look different from setting a boundary, saying a no. And it might not be easy for some people because I am a trauma-informed specialist and I work. So I can say, oh, say no, but saying no could not be very easy for a lot of people. It wasn't for me when I was for a lot of years. So this is the easiest that people can incorporate in their day, and you could do it in bed. You could do it at any time of the day. You could do one or you could do 5. And notice how you feel and see how your system relaxes, how your nervous system becomes very relaxed just after you do it.
Thank you, Neha. Let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to say. And we also have Professor Sudhir Sharanji Professor Sudhir Sharanji, your comments before we take up the comments from Nil Kumar. Please unmute yourself.
Life has many surprises, and not all of them are pleasant. Yet, we have to respect life, respect forces beyond us. At the same time, rebuild from where we have been pushed. Neha has outlined it beautifully, gives us a strength when things are not as we would have wished them. Thanks for sharing, Neha. Now, you see, we were talking about stress, and science says not all of it is psychological. A lot of it is physiological. And last time on 19th, I was talking, a big role is played by the farming system and integrity of the farmer. In India, I can tell you, farmers grow by a different methods for their own and family's consumption. They will not touch any synthetic chemical, either fertilizer or plant protection. They will only use farmyard manure and other forms of compost. But when it comes to growing for the market, then there is a different standard altogether. And most of us today, irrespective of the country in which we are, we buy our food, and the farmer is driven by agricultural economics, not by human nutrition. I am one of the guilty parties. I am trained to be a farmer. Now, as I mentioned in the 19th April program, I am trying to remedy the situation. And I'm happy to tell you that we have been able to find solution for micronutrients, the enzyme forming chemicals, the minerals, the vitamins which work as cofactors for rest of the metabolism to function. And I can assure you that as my community expands of responsible farmers who grow for nutrition, then at least that part of your turmoil will be less of a insoluble human challenge. And when the nutrition is proper, our cognition is on a different function. And when cognition is on different level, so then as Rachel was telling, amygdala also responds in our favor. The center for emotion does. Because that's how Mother Earth made us. And this is what is there. So thank you, Amrita, for letting me comment. Listening to Rachel was absolute joy. Listening to Neha was making me serious. For some time, I did switch off my camera because I didn't want my emotions to be visible to everybody. Some emotions are best expressed in private. Thank you, Emma. You have a friend. Thank you, Rachel. You have a comrade. Thank you, Neil, for bringing this a special day. And thank you, Amrita ji, for unmuting me so I could speak. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sudhir. Wonderful contribution. So I can see women empowerment here. Isn't it going to be wonderful that next Sunday we are going to appreciate women, mother? I can just say that between the male and the female species, I always tell women you are slightly better than men because you create men. You don't have to fight for equality. In fact, you need to be compassionate to men and say, come to our level and learn from us how to nurture and create better and harmonious community. So it's going to be so beautiful next Sunday. Do pop in, all of you. If you are a mother, we love for what you do to humanity and your offsprings. And if you are not a mother, you remember your mother, because everybody has had a mother before they come here. Then let's appreciate the mothers who do wonderful job. You know, they say even in the animal kingdom, the mother may attack the offspring, but will never allow others to attack the offspring. Just like human mothers, they may tell their sons and daughters off, but if anybody else does, they are in trouble. So International Mother's Day next Sunday. Wonderful contributors to this, right from the starting, to Ravi, to Sushma, to Rotarian Lal Goyal, Seema, Rachel, Neha, Sister Jenti, and many others, including Sarah. So wonderful. Amrita, is all yours. A nice, gentle Gayatri mantra to close off this wonderful session, and love you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the contributors for this beautiful self-love and self-care episode. We will be bringing to you the Mother's Day special episode, so don't forget to bring your moms. Everyone is invited to talk, share their experiences, and you are also invited to bring your children and your grandmothers to share so many stories and maybe more lullabies that we can all enjoy together. So it's time to wind up today's episode with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Shanti, indeed, Amrita. We are stopped. You can sing and dance and do what you like. We are not beaming live on any social media. Well, Rachel is already dancing over there, which is beautiful. It's so wonderful. Amrita, I think in your country, you are coming to nearly midnight in half an hour, maybe. So wonderful. And thank you for staying around. Same to Sudhir, Israel there. Rachel, be safe, be sound, keep on smiling. And remember, you have been there today in the social media when we started the subject of perimenopause and menopause. They want to know about diet and everything. Yes, we will bring a special episode again. We do bring women episode every now and then. We have a diet chart and a recommendation with us. If anybody wants, to Alicia and Shanti, I've sent you the information. To all the others, we love you and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. This is Healing Our Earth, beaming live in different countries just to bring better communities. Thank you all. Good night. Good morning.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.